Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone. I hope you had a good time watching these legends on your screen. Well, they are amazing players, and I thought, well, I could go live a little sooner and give you a glimpse of them. We have Adhiban right now on our screen, who's going to take on the one and only Pragnananda. It's the young talent versus the experienced grandmaster, the beast versus the little genius prodigy. And right now, the standings of the tournament are the following. Arjun is at the top with 17 points. We have Pragnananda on 15, Magnus Carlsen on 15, Evancho on 13. So it's going to be a very, very interesting day of chess. Hans Neiman is also right up there. Lot of things happening. So let's get started, guys. Let's begin. The first game that we are going to look at is, of course, Pragnananda versus Adhiban. And look at this. Adhiban has gone for c4, c5, b3. Well, he wanted to play b3, but he thought, well, Pragg would come prepared for b3. So let's first go c4 and then play b3. And then knight f6, bishop b2, e6 was played, knight f3, and now d5 on the board. So to Pragnananda's to Adhiban's b3 sort of setup, Pragg has played right in the center. पूरा center का पकड़ लेके he's telling his opponent कि भाई you can play all your little b3s and stuff. I am going to control the center. And now, if allowed, Pragg would love to close down the position. If you can get knight c6, d4 and e5, क्या ही मजा आ जाएगा. Today, who is Magnus Carlsen playing against? Oh, by the way, we have Arjun Erigasi. And guys, who is Arjun playing against? मजा ही आने वाला है. Arjun Erigasi is playing against the legend, the player who has surprised everyone in this tournament, Vasily Ivanchuk. And how is that game going? Oh, look at this. d4, knight f6. Arjun plays, what's the name of this opening, guys? Arjun, what did Arjun play here? तनय चौबे जी कह रहे हैं नोटिफिकेशन नहीं आया. अरे तनय जी, सॉरी, बट आई डोंट नो. Trompowsky, Shashank, you are right. This is known as the Trompowsky variation. And bishop g5 on the board. अरे रुई लोपेस कैसे दोस्तों? Reverse Spanish. It is the Trompowsky. Chess Fabricas says, Sagar, the trailer video with previous day's recap is a pretty cool idea. Yeah, we plan to do that around, we saw that around 700 people watched it. And I think we can do it like regularly. More and more people will get an update from that trailer about what happened, so they can be ready for the live stream. So bishop g5, d6, by the way, it was the idea of Abhyudaya. And Abhyudaya, by the way, guys, made a very nice documentary today. I hope all of you have watched it, because if you haven't, it's well worth your time on the Olympiad. So knight to c3, and now knight d7, e4, e5. All of a sudden, we are in the Philidor. We are in the Philidor position with this setup. Amazing. Knight f3, and then bishop e7. How is my internet today? Today it looks okay. I don't think any issues will be there. Bishop e7, and generally, you know, in the Philidor system, you don't develop your bishop to g5 so soon. So Ivanchuk is saying to Arjun, yes, I don't like to play the Philidor position, but because your bishop is here, I may consider doing it. Arjun is like, look, bishop to g5 is not a bad idea. Okay, my bishop is well placed. I will put my other bishop also actively. I think I'm doing pretty well. c6 played by Chucky. a4. Now, guys, why did he play a4 and why did he not castle? Can anyone tell me in the chat, if he had castled, What would Evancho have played in this position? This is your first question for today. Very good. Very good. Excellent, guys. I love when the chat is all geared up, can see the moves fast, and very quick to note what the right move is. And B5, fantastic job by Robin Singh, Neuron, Shweta, Rajit, Slightly, Raul, Vibhav, Albert, Aditya, Chess Codes. Fantastic job, guys. Coming back to the position, so B5 is always a threat after C6. So that's the reason why Arjun said, Pehle A4. I will not allow you to play B5. Okay, he castles. Arjun also castles here. H6 played on the board. Okay, interesting. And now Arjun goes back bishop e3. He's like, okay, fine. I played bishop e3. And Evancho goes rook e8. Very, very nice little move because you want to put pressure on the e4 pawn. This is known as what Nimzowitsch used to say, restraint. You restrain the center. So eventually what might happen, let's say if Arjun goes h3, then Evancho might take, knight takes, and then he will drop his bishop back. And all of a sudden, white is like, oh my god, what should I do? Because my e4 pawn is hanging. And so it becomes very tough to defend it. And if you play f3, there is a very nice strike that you can play here. Black to play, guys. What's the move? Duda is losing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Duda losing against whom so quickly? By the way, today it's Magnus Carlsen versus Ivan Šarić. I'm expecting Magnus to score 4 out of 4 today, but we'll see. Duda is against Vincent. And by the way, the chat is super strong, super duper strong today. Shabadjot, Ritesh, Alishan, not YouTuber, Jumma, small channel, Abhinav, Rajit, Prashamsa, Sauridha. Well done, guys. D5. And if you take on d5, rook takes e3 is hanging. So that's not going to work out for you. So, and you don't want to play bishop d3. That's like saying, oh, I messed it up. Knight to c5. So here, actually, it's an important moment in the game between Arjun and Evancho, because what Arjun did was he didn't play h3 as I anticipated. He went rook e1, and Evancho was like, oh, now I can go and attack your bishop. And so bishops had to move back to c1, e takes, knight takes d4, and bishop f6 on the board. But at least now the e4 pawn is well protected. You have the rook here, the knight here. It seems pretty okay. And also Evancho is saying, if you take my queen, I'll take, if you take my knight, I'll take your knight as well. So that's the situation as of now on the board. Let's see how this game continues. So h3 says Hussein. Yes, Hussein, not a bad idea. h3, knight e5, and maybe drop your bishop back to b3. But no, if you go there, then knight c5 attacks it. You don't want to waste time. So maybe you drop your bishop back all the way to a2. And nice position, knight f5 in the air. Maybe then you can play bishop e3. I like it. Okay. Let's quickly go to the board of Adhiban and Pragnananda to see what has just transpired. So after knight c6, cd, Adhiban took, Pragg took back with the pawn, and here bishop went to g2. Now Pragg is a player who is very, how would I put it? See, normal people would do bishop e7 stuff, okay? And then castles, and then d4, and white is slightly better. Because later on when you will take, this will become an isolated pawn. White will then blockade it with his knight, put his knight on c3 and so on. But Pragg goes d4, and he's like telling Adhiban, look, with one move, what I have just done is I have blocked your b2 bishop. your bishop on b2, which you are so proud of. Adhiban, whenever he talks about b3 systems, he's like, bishop b2, baby. Nice bishop. Very strong on this diagonal. He loves this opening, Adhiban. But here, it is so happened that now after d4, the bishop on b2 is now blocked. So, now Adhiban goes knight a3, and he's like, look, Pragg, if you block my bishop, you are giving up the c4 square. I'm going to take it. And that's what AD does. He takes the c4 square for himself there, and look at those two players on the top of your screen. They're both like completely zoned in. They want to be. See, for Pragg, it's a matter of keeping the lead in the tournament. But for Adhiban, if you look at the scorecard, it is a matter of moving up from the bottom position. He does not want to be there, and he does not deserve to be there, because he has played this tournament really well. He was beating Magnus, he was beating Aronian, he was beating Arjun, he was beating many players. But he has not been able to win. Meanwhile, look at Evancho there. He's trying to recollect some move there. We'll go to that position. Bishop e7 by Pragg. Castles by Adhiban. Castles by Pragg. Knight to c4. The knight comes on the strong square. Bishop f5. Pragg says this is a beautiful square. e3 played here by Adhiban. He's hitting the center now. And Pragg takes it. Ooh, takes it. I'm very surprised actually. Why would Pragg take the pawn? Because see, it's attacked 1, 2 and 3 times, and you have 1, 2 and 3 defenders. So why would you take it? But I don't know. Of course, D, and now it seems like a nice position there for AD. This bishop already is like, what did I say? I am the boss. Bishop on b2 is an amazing piece. That's a very nice bishop. And the knight here also well placed. The knight can jump to e5. Not YouTuber says, could he have pushed on d3? But not YouTuber. The main thing is that it doesn't affect white in any way. Look, this bishop is still opened up. This knight is very happy. This knight is very happy. This bishop will open up. So your move d3 does not cramp anything. So that's the reason why it might have been a better idea to play something like rook e8 or even bishop e4. But playing d3 looks a bit suspect for sure. Bishop e4, and now Adhiban taking his time. He's down to 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go and check the game of Arjun. And Arjun is right now after. Oh, this is getting nasty. Yeah, this is, oh my god. Oh my god, guys. Look at this. Bishop f6. Arjun was like, Evancho, I'm going all out for the attack now. d6 is hanging. Huh? तो इवांचु को खेलना था नाइट डी e5. क्यों? क्योंकि then this is attack, this is defended. सब कुछ ठीक, everything is fine. Nothing will happen. Kind of a position there. But maybe Ivanchuk was afraid of bishop e2 attacking the knight, and the knight is kind of trapped. But then there is bishop f5, ef5, and you still don't win a piece after d5 because bishop g4, knight takes g4. You can't take the knight because rook e1 mate. You take rook e8, I take here. You can't take still because mate. So all in all, there are mating ideas. So maybe Ivanchuk was afraid that after d5 there is h3, but then boom, and then boom, and then check, and then black is the one who is in the driver's seat because here bishop h4 and it's already a mate. Okay, I get it. The knight on e5 is a wonderful piece. You had to play it there, but he goes knight b6, and now Arjun Erigesi is thinking in his tremendously calm approach. So my question to all of you chat is, what should white play here? It's your move. What would you play here if you were in Arjun Erigesi's shoes here? What is the move that you would make? Is my voice cracking? Is my sound okay? Oh, he plays it. He plays it. And you guys in the chat are also right. Bishop takes f7 on the board. Naman Wadhwa, Rayan, Shweta Mittal, Gandhar, Harsh, Unity, Satvik, Sudarshan, Pathik, Shivam Kumar, and oh my god, there seems to be a massive blunder that has been made. Let's quickly go back and see what has just happened here. So Ivanchuk, after bishop f7, king f7, played queen. Arjun took the knight, so he's pawn up. Bishop c3, b takes c3, and played queen f6. Oh my god, that's a massive blunder here. But why? Can you guys spot it? Check, Arjun spots it. Why Arjun ऐसी कैसे क्या ही player है? Because now if king goes here, good rook is hanging, and if you put your queen here, then boom, check, queen is pinned. You can't take it. Okay, I get it. King f8. That's my move there. That's my move. But now, guys, spot the winning move here. King f8. Oh, it's been played in the game, kya? Oh, he's played it in the game. Find the winning move before Arjun does. Guys, you have to find the move before Arjun does. Who can find it? Oh my god, Ritik Kumar Rayan. Very good. Ajaya VP, your idea is correct, but make it more forcing. You know, your idea is correct. And Arjun takes it. Unity gamers, you are correct. Hussein Faik, well done. Knight takes d6, rook e5. Because the point is, if you took the knight, what was the point here? I want 100 of you to tell me what is the point here. Guys, what was the point of Arjun Erigaisi? If you took on d6, what did he want to do? Ivanchuk is just very upset there. He's shaking his head. And the point here was, fantastic job, bishop a3. And this has been answered by 141 of you. Urvin, Shashank, Slightly Scatty, Alok, Nitu Anand, Vibhav, Swapnil, Rayan, Prasams, Arav Arora. Fantastic. Bishop just cuts through the position and the queen is gone. And you can't even play c5 because your queen is looking here. So you can't do that. So Ivanchuk played rook e5 here. Ivanchuk was like, look Arjun, now your queen is attacked. If you move the queen, I might take it because then I have c5 to your bishop a3 ideas. But Arjun goes back, queen d1. It's calm as a cucumber. He defends the knight here. Ivanchuk now plays his king to g8. But Arjun is like, he doesn't stop hacking at the position. He goes a5. Next move, Arjun will go f4, then e5. And then, guys, amazing. But knight is trapped. Knight is trapped. Knight c4, knight c4. If knight d7, knight c8, rook c8, queen d7. Baapre. Knight is trapped. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, guys. Arjun Erigaisi is just completely crushing this game. What a play. And what a player. Ivanchuk is like putting his head and everyone is like, don't resign, Ivanchuk, don't resign. Arjun is already like, abhi next mera opponent kaun hai, because I've already won this game. I think Ivanchuk is going to resign. No, there is one move, guys. There's one move. You can do knight d5. Because, yeah, he plays it. He plays it. His point is, if Arjun takes... But Arjun... Arjun is so quick. He's like, he just stamped it. Queen d7. भाई ये सोचता ही नहीं है, ये बहुत फास्ट, लाइक ही थिंक्स सो क्विकली. 94, बिशप E3. फटाफट फटाफट. अर्जुन जस्ट डजंट थिंक. क्वीन F7. ओके, मार दिया जाए या रुक, नहीं एक मिनट, वन सेकंड, लेट्स बी, we are not as fast as Arjun. Takes, king takes, but is your knight trapped? Oh, you can play F3. No, you can play bishop D4. Oh, there is so many options. One second. No, play bishop D4. Because if he takes rook C8, your rook is hanging. And if you move your rook back, I can take rook E4. If you take rook E4, I have knight D6 check, picking up the rook. Oh, feeling like a GM. Yes, my move played in the board. Awesome. Arjun wins, maintains his lead. Slight happiness there. Evancho gets up from the board. Crush. Complete crush there. Excellent game by Arjun Erigaisi. And in order to replace them on the screen, we are going to have none other than the world champion here, who is now here playing against Ivan Šarić. Very quickly, let's have a look at the board. By the way, Hans Neiman drew his game against David Navara. And right now, Magnus Carlsen has the bishop pair and the queen. Man, this position, he's going to grind and he's going to crush him. I think it's very difficult to face Magnus in such a position. Nimesh, thank you so much for becoming pillar of Indian chess. That's the highest tier. Thank you so much for that. And now, guys, very quickly, let's go to the game of Pragnananda and Adhiban. So we were looking at it until Pragg went bishop E4 and Adhiban went knight H4, bishop G2, king G2. So Adhiban is looking at the F5 square for his knight, B5, queen F3. Nice move, AD, because if you take here, he wants to take the knight. Queen C8, knight to D2, rook D8, rook FD1, queen E6, knight to F5, knight E5. Okay, Pragg is getting very nasty here, because now if you move your queen away, queen takes F5 is hanging, so you can't do that. And if you play queen F4, then already knight D3 business and the B2 is attacked, so we can't do that. So he took, queen takes, and now, oof, guys, Adhiban's next move, classy. मतलब क्या ही मूव किया है. अब सोचो, just think, don't look at the live board, think on your own, what is the move that you can play here in this position. A4. कितने लोगों ने A4 देखे बिना बोला? Guys, how many of you did not see the live board? Gandhar, Guhan, Siddharth, Aradhya, Arnav, Shivam, Rahul, Ashista, Sethi, Rayan, Milap. Well done. So what a beautiful move. You know, on chessboard, there's always this friendship, that's there. You need to look at the friendships that are there. So the friendship right now, the beautiful friendship, is between the knight and the pawn. This little pawn on A2 is still not developed, and it talks with the knight. The knight is sad. Knight is like, my brother has made so much progress in life. He's right there on F5. He's earning in millions. He's attacking E7. He's attacking G7. And look at me. I have no scope. Nothing in life. The pawn on A2 listens to him and says, my friend, don't worry. I'll go A4. I'll make a square for you on C4. And there you will be. Beautifully positioned. And even A6 does not help, because if you play A6, I can take and boom with the queen support. So that's the reason why A4 is such a powerful move. And joining me all the way from the bedroom. Hello, 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 Amruta. How are you doing?
Hello, Sagar. No, I think you had some wonderful friendship stories, so I was wondering if I would join. I should join right now or later.
Yeah, no, please join in and do tell me what are your thoughts on this position, because Pragg has taken and the knight goes to c4, attacking the queen.
On first look, it looks great for white because of the F5 knight, very powerfully placed there.
Yeah,
And what about the black queen? Where is it
it
intending?
went to e6.
Now rook a4.
Yeah, he'll take on a4. And Adhiban today, look at him, no? Adhiban, full intensity. And Pragg looking a little mellow. He's not very happy with his position.
Right, but he always saves the
Pragg
game.
is very tricky.
It's
You know, I am very scared of Pragg in general. Like, I'm very happy to be commentating again on his games. But if ever I have to play him, I'm like very scared.
Yeah, I think you have played some very like friendship games with him, no?
No, never. I have not
With the
played
one with
with
one
Pragg.
second or
I
something.
played with Nihal. I haven't played
Acha.
with Pragg yet.
Okay,
I
okay.
think I think Pragg, Nihal I played for fun,
Hmm.
but I haven't been able to play with these youngsters, because by the time they improved and became strong, I had stopped playing.
Ah, right. Never
But
in the tournament.
but I've played with all the other guys, like for example SL Narayanan, Arvind Chidambaram, all these people I did get to play.
You just missed it, yeah, to play with these players.
Yes. I think it would have been nice to beat one or two of them when they were 1600, 1700, and then boast for the rest of my life, but that did not happen. Okay, so rook takes a7, taken by Adhiban, and Pragg goes rook to d5, and he's asking, where does the knight go?
Actually, where does it go? Because g4, knight g4.
Yeah, knight g4 looks.
Is knight h4 like forced?
But Amruta,
Or
let's say I
anything
go
tactical?
g4, you take on g4.
Oh, one
There is a
second.
very nice move here, guys, for white. Anyone? Shashank, I did not say retired, because who knows, kabhi to wapsi ka chance. E4. Hussain Faik, well done. E4 was the move that I was looking for. Also, Harsh Nagarkar, slightly scatty. Amol Agarwal, well done.
Oh,
E4,
nice. You
hitting the knight,
deflected the knight.
defending this, and picking this up. So, this
Did he
is.
find it?
No, he is still thinking, because if you go knight h4, Amruta, there is g5 to trap the knight.
Oh,
So,
you
in a
just lose
way,
a piece. So in
yeah.
a way, it's forced, and when it is forced, generally these people find it.
Or there is one more
The
move.
other way.
Instead of g4, you can play e4, give this up, and save your knight. But Pragg has found this very interesting tactical motive, right, in the position.
Again, as you said, very resourceful.
Yeah.
Today, Magnus is, by the way, in formals.
Yeah, Magnus has come like today to win all the games, I feel. Just, and he's doing it. The game against Ivan Sharic, he's showing what the power of two bishops are in the position. His two bishops and the queen. I'm very interested to see how he converts it.
Oh, this one again a tough one. Not so sure if he
By
will
the way, e4 played by AD, and queen takes e4 by Pragg. So I think Adhiban has played so well in this game that Pragg has not managed to get an advantage at all. But I think a draw is the most likely result as of now, because now there are only 4 pawns left for each side and two minor pieces and rook.
Yeah, the material is equal. Only thing Adhiban has is this rook very well placed there and something related with the king. But Pragg will defend this.
Yeah.
No doubt.
By the way, Ojana Ochena, thank you for becoming backer of Indian chess. We have one more member today. Thank you so
Nice.
much. And people are saying, Sagar, Sharvil says, Sagar, such a great documentary about the Olympiad. Thanks for it.
Oh, guys,
Thank you
did you
so
see
much.
it?
for all those who watched it, it was a very, very heartfelt attempt to create something very nice and also made by the entire ChessBase India team. But of course, the entire editing part was handled by Abhyudaya, who really put in a lot of effort. So great work by him, and we are very excited to just put it out there, and it remains there for people to watch for years to come.
Yeah, you watch that one video and then it's like reminds you of every little thing which happened, every important thing which happened there. So it was really nice for all those who have missed coming there or watching the streams.
Correct. Abhishek Gupta says Netflix level documentary.
Oh ho ho,
एक दिन
मुंह
एक
में
दिन
घी शक्कर.
एक दिन one day we will do that. One day we will cover an event at such a level that at the end we can make a documentary for different episodes of Netflix.
I think already if you see 7,000 videos we have, and clearly if Netflix or anybody is interested, we can easily make a documentary. But I am not looking at Netflix documentary because the goal is Hollywood movie, Sagar.
You are all the time Amruta is talking about Hollywood movie. Very interesting.
Yeah, let's talk about that later. Right now, what's the position?
Rook d3. So he's attacked the b3 pawn, and I think AD will go rook c7 to attack c5, but c5 is the chota sa point. There was a back rank mate. So Pragg went g6 very quickly, and now I think they will agree to a draw very quickly. Pragg there. But they will play on maybe for some time.
With this position, I doubt because they can save their energy, na? I mean, isn't it a smart thing to do?
I think so.
Generally, for double rounds, when it used to be a drawish position, I remember many people used to just agree for a draw.
Yeah.
G4. But wait, Sagar, if G5 happens, is White going to get any slide?
But Pragg will go maybe h6. Then there's h4. Levon Aronian is losing his game against Le Quang Liem.
Oh. So Levon is actually having a very tough tournament, right?
If we look at the standings, Levon is on number 10 position. Yeah.
Okay.
Not so good. And also,
What happened to Anish, by the way?
Vincent Kaimar just completely crushed Duda. Like,
What?
Vincent is playing really well, because if you look at...
What a final position.
Yeah, because he got a winning position right out of the opening, it seems. Like, this is all theory.
It's like this way you can only beat some players. So Duda is a player who can beat anybody like very quickly in a crazy manner, or he can even lose very quickly.
He doesn't lose generally very quickly, but look at Vincent, yeah? Just crushed him.
Oh, that's too good.
Just simply finish.
I mean, this Vincent guy you definitely have to watch out for.
For sure, for sure. And Pragg and AD have drawn their game. So a very good result for Adhiban. And by the way, Amruta, what you missed today was Arjun Erigasi beating Vasily Ivanchuk.
Oh.
Simply, cleanly.
Acha. I mean, result-wise, I'm not surprised at all because Arjun will beat Evancho. But how did it happen?
No, he just crushed him in like 25.
Because
30
Evanchuk was in very good form. Yesterday, I was seeing this Evanchuk versus Vincent's game, and towards the end, Evanchuk actually was able to beat him.
Correct.
There were some complications, so it's amazing that Arjun did not give him any chance.
No, Arjun did not give him any chance, and Arjun just won easily. So now, Amruta, let's learn from the GOAT.
Dhanesh says Vincent Gamer is being coached by Leko, if
Yes.
I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he was being coached. I don't know if he's still being coached, but should be. Should be.
Okay, so Magnus has managed to get advantage, especially when you're playing against the knights. How many squares does the knight have?
Actually,
in this camp is
Magnus
one of the
has
important
made a
things.
mistake, Amruta.
Which king e2, yeah?
Yeah, he
Instead
should
of that, he can go f4.
f4 or even h4, maybe just improving. But because he went king
But
e2,
how will it make a difference?
the
So
idea is knight c6, knight b8, and the point is if you take here, I can go knight c6, and somehow I'm attacking this pawn now and threatening knight d4 check and winning this bishop. So you must take this, and after king c6 I attack your bishop, and let's say you save it, I go king b5, and all of a sudden black has lot of activity.
Oh, so you mean if Magnus would have played instead of king e2 f4 over here, black does not get that time.
Yeah, because then he can just take, and there's no knight c6 d4 check.
Correct.
So here he didn't go. He went wrong. He went f6, and he did not play knight b8, which was such a beautiful defense. Actually, very tough one to find. And Magnus goes h4, and Magnus's point is that now I am sort of immobilizing the pawn on g6, so that if you move your knight, I can even go in here and attack this.
Yeah, get it. So Magnus
Oh,
is
Anish is also playing once again. Anish.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you what happened to his game.
Anish is
In fact,
playing
I did
against Christopher Yu. Oh, let's have them on the screen, guys. Of course, Anish Giri here, slightly better against Christopher Yu. Christopher Yu, very talented youngster from the US. He beat Pragnananda in this event.
Right. Remember that game.
Anish is pawn up.
Also, White's king is slightly weak. Oh, this is very favorable for Anish.
Nice position.
Awesome. But right now this is hanging, right? So if you take here, maybe with the queen, I don't know. Suppose with the knight.
Yeah, possible.
He's losing the pawn. So the main thing is not the being a pawn up, but I think the main thing is this king, which is weak.
Yeah.
And also maybe this pawn, which has to decide if it takes here.
Rook c5. And then the knight on b4 is loose.
Okay, White has to be very careful. What did Anish play? He played 96 and g4 was played by Christopher. But that is absolutely going for a very direct question.
Yeah, I did not like this move g4 when you could actually take this pawn with the knight or the queen. He went g4, too aggressive.
c6, knight b4.
Of course, Anish is going to play d5. Because if you play d5, you can't take here. Oh, you can take, because if I take on b4, you will take on e8.
Maybe I'll have to give
Oh, he
exchange
missed.
sack.
He missed, Amruta. He missed. Oh my god.
Queen
he missed.
b4, queen
This-
e8, bishop f8.
Yes, and Anish is winning.
Because
this
f4
is hanging and this
g4
is
is
pressure.
hanging, and king g7, bishop c5 is also very strong.
Oh.
I'm not sure f5 and all. Okay.
And by the way, Ivan Šarić is right now shaking his head because I think he's just completely collapsed in that position. He went knight c7, takes.
Yeah, he's not very happy.
Yeah, the world champion is winning. But what I thought, Amruta, that Anish could have found this move queen takes b4. Instead, he took knight takes and now knight f4. Now his position is no longer that better. In fact, it's just equal, maybe slightly worse because he's going to be a pawn down.
Actually, it just flipped again. Sagar, but here, instead of queen b4, there was no other way, right? That was the only way to continue. So d5, the whole c6, d5 idea itself had to work only if you look at that exchange sack.
Yeah, I mean, Anish actually took this very quickly. He could have taken some time. Of course, he was low on time. He goes rook a8, and now Christopher Yu is very happy because he can just take on d5, knight d5, rook d5, pawn up, and then he can press in that position. And Anish is like, Anish does this often. What did I just do? Refresh. refresh the screen.
Refresh the screen.
Because I think he did not expect this. Gukesh is losing, by the way, today. That's what people are saying. He was playing against Anton Guyaro, who is a strong Spanish GM.
And Magnus has won the game. Today, for sure, Magnus is in a completely different mood.
No,
I
he's
mean,
going to.
he's
Going to.
way more active. Though his sofa is the same as it was, the mess on the sofa. Inspired by Sagar, I think.
Magnus inspired by me in something. Making pasara.
My God, actually, Christopher is almost beating Anish now with that B pass pawn.
Oh my
Just
God.
one pawn up and it's rolling.
Yeah, the things have, the tables have
Completely
turned.
changed. Somehow, if you still compare, the younger opponents are able to do this much more often.
Huh.
And it is not just now, it has always been like that.
I don't know why.
That's how the new generation,
I don't know how the new generation is tricky or what. Because I
No,
see
there are clearly mutations, Sagar. It's called mutation.
No, I understand. But why is it that top players blunder against youngsters more than, let's say, players who are in their 20s or 30s?
I thought
Like,
I gave you the answer. It is the same. I mean, obviously, the reflexes when you're young are way more different and everything.
yeah, but
that
like,
always
for
stays.
example, if I see such a game between, let's say, Anish taking on Levon, such a game, they will in the end somehow draw this extra pawn. But against maybe these guys, Anish, like with Levon, I'm sure Anish would go like rook a b8 or bishop f8, stopping before. What is h6?
Is there some extra pressure when they are playing against the younger generation where,
I don't know, they underestimate perhaps something, or something might be happening.
Underestimate, I don't think. In fact, sometimes I feel they might overestimate. That is a possibility. Underestimate is.
Magnus has said in an interview, Rajesh says, that he plays his best in chaos when he hasn't had good sleep. Oh my God, really?
Oh my God.
Really, Rajesh, is that true? I don't know. That might be the first person who said something like that. Because
But it is highly possible that there are such people. In fact, I also consider Sagar one of them. So much is happening, and at that point of time, he is able to give his best output.
why Magnus is talking about sleep and all. When I can't sleep, I'm just yawning.
No,
All
this
the
is the
time.
commentary and all is different, but there are things which are very, very critical and earlier you used to do. Earlier. Now you're getting old. It's like, the new generation is coming up.
Yeah, mutation is happening.
Oh, no chance for Anish to save this game at all.
Bishop g5. No, but bishop g5, where to move the rook now? And Christopher has. Oh, look. It's changed a bit, and fine move by Anish. Very nice move. Offering a trade. This he missed, Christopher Yu, because he should have played rook a2. But he missed this. And now here. And the point is, if you take this, then I'll take this. And somehow these two rooks.
Rook g7, there's no mating attack. But if you take rook d8, bishop c5.
No, there's no bishop c5.
No, rook d8, bishop c5. Not here.
Ah, you mean here? Then g4 is hanging, no?
Yeah, but I have b7 very
Or maybe
strong
rook
threat.
d5. Bishop b6.
Oh, is Anish getting the chances to save?
Oh, he played that, Amruta. Your variation has happened.
So rook b5, yeah, you are saying? No, keep it there.
Don't push up, yeah. Just let it flow. e6. Rook c5. Amruta, b7 has happened.
Huh. Bishop c7 or rook b5.
No, bishop c7, e7.
Oh, rook b5 is
And then
first.
this is queening.
But for rook b5, rook f7. Oh, this
No,
is
look,
a...
bishop c7, e7, rook e5, rook c2. Very important move. Hitting here wins. Because if you take rook e7, rook c7, rook c7, queen. But what has happened in the game? Oh, he played bishop c7. He blundered, Amruta. He
Arey,
had
then
to
to
find
e7
rook
is
b5.
coming.
And now Christopher Yu, who is very good at composing positions, will find this move
But in
e7.
16 seconds?
Yes, he
Of course,
will. He
in
will. He
16
will.
seconds.
And look at his face. He's like, Anish, what is this?
Even if he doesn't
He
find
plays
it...
it. Plays it. And I think Anish missed rook c7. This final move there.
Yeah, he missed
And
it.
rook c2.
Ah, look, he did this. He did this. That reflects. He just missed it.
The funny thing about this position is that there is no move. You go here, there is check. Anish is shaking his head. This might be a very important game. Christopher Yu knows that he's beaten Anish Giri. And these are the games which boost the confidence of these youngsters in such a big way. I think this is the
Yeah,
biggest.
Christopher has a smile on his face.
Yeah, very happy there.
That too, again, not so common to see.
Resigns, Anish. Look at Anish there. He's unhappy. He missed and he's shaking his head.
Yeah, because he got the chances towards the end.
Yeah.
Anyway, just to also understand, if he would not play bishop c7, what you were mentioning was rook b5. And if rook f7, this position, white still has a lot of...
Yeah, but piece up, no? Black is piece up. So, I mean,
Black is piece up, but the assessment is white is winning, or is it like white has winning chances?
white is winning chances here, but it's not winning. So, this was the best defense.
Because this king cannot move.
King
Yeah, it's
F3.
like in a jail already. And how do you plan to,
Maybe rook
do something?
B6, yeah.
Right now, directly.
So that your king cannot come to e4.
But you cannot take this anyway. Suppose you go king f8. No, my threat is rook d. So let's say you kind of
Rook
stop my
B4.
king.
Now my threat is king f8.
So e7,
King
queen is
F7.
there, forced king f7, and now rook d8. So one of the ideas.
Even this position, Amruta,
Very difficult. Yeah.
which is king e7,
Hmm.
king e7, rook b8, queen, rook b8, rook b8, rook b8.
Yeah, what is this position? 1 second.
This should be winning for white because if I could get my pawn to h5, I think it's a draw with this pawn back because then I will put my king here, bishop is well placed. But with this pawn, this is lost, I think. So maybe smarter is not to take here but to play check.
Okay, king. Where? King e4.
Check.
King d5. Now you can take on e7 because in the end I'll lose the g4 pawn.
Yeah, maybe the king is a little far, so take and bishop king f6 maybe.
Got it.
And perhaps these are some of the holding chances there. By the way, all the games almost completed. Anish losing. Boris Gelfand has. There's one
Let's
game.
just put the standings also, by the way.
Yeah. Boris Gelfand is still playing. He is playing against Radoslav Wojtaszek. And what a complicated game we have on the board.
White is exchange
White is
up.
exchange up and should be winning.
Yeah, black's king is also weak. Okay, this is winning.
So Duda lost to Vincent. Arjun beat Evancho. Magnus beat Sharich. Adhiban drew with Pragg. Levon lost to Liam. And Hans Neiman drew against Navara. So very eventful round.
So what are the standings right now? Because I think the top 8 are not going to change because of this game as much.
No, Wojciech might reach, but okay.
So Arjun still leads with 2 points
Yeah,
more.
Anish has to be careful. Yeah, he's on number 12. He has to win a few games.
Pragg on 16. Actually, Lake Wang Liam has,
As always, he keeps coming up.
yeah, climbed
Oh,
up
by
to
the way,
15.
Amruta, look at this. This move by uh, Wojciech has just completely stunned Boris Gelfand. He drank water there because rook e6. If you take with the queen, there is queen takes f4. If you take with the pawn, there is rook f8 and you lose the rook. And if you take with the king, then there is rook e8 and you lose the queen.
Oh,
So a beautiful
lovely.
move, rook e6.
Wow.
Such a beautiful, yeah, he resigns after rook e6 there. So with this, we have the standings now fully developed, and we have Arjun at the lead on 20, Magnus on 18, Pragnananda on 16, Wojciech
Oh,
15,
actually, Wojciech did climb to number 4 spot.
Lekwang Liam 15, Neiman 14, 7th position to Kamer with 14, Evancho 13, number 8 position. And this is how things are. We still have 6 more rounds to go, 3 today, 3 tomorrow, with a lot of action coming your way. But there's something that I need to show you guys. And if you remember, we reached 1 million subscribers on 28th of August.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's been close to 22 days. And at that point, we had promised that we will be launching something very special, and we are launching it tomorrow on 21st September 2022.
Okay.
So do join us. It will happen on
क्या
this
बात है?
live stream itself that we will be doing for tomorrow. But any guesses, guys? What will it be?
At what time are you launching? Or that too they have to
During
guess?
during the stream only.
During
So
the
maybe
stream.
after round one like this in the break we will
Okay.
launch.
Perfect. Superb. So the guesses are website, teachers, OnlyFans, tournament, wooden chessboard, CSL
Uttam
season
Kumar
2,
is saying CSL
T-shirt,
season 2. Nice,
app,
interesting. Hans
chess
Neiman is saying
journey.
t-shirt, Amruta. Hans. No, Chess
Death
Ranga is
match.
already, of course, released. Sagar versus Amruta death match, they are saying.
Software, OnlyFans, yoga, new free course. Chess club in Pune. That is also a good.
That is on the cards. That is on
Win
the cards,
has
but
gold button. Hey, by the way, gold button तो
we have to
मिलेगा
apply.
ना?
No, Amruta apply नहीं किया अभी तक.
अच्छा,
हाँ.
कर क्या रहे हो फिर?
अरे तुम करोगी ना.
Oh, we have to apply. I thought auto रहता है.
Guys,
Twitch
it's a very
streaming.
special thing, and it's something that we have been working since a very long
Nobody
time.
is able to lunch with Sagar Bhai. Oh, actually pretty interesting. Second death match.
Second death match also on the cards, but not.
Sagar versus Amruta chess boxing.
Oh, Amruta, you would get crushed in both.
Both. हट कुछ भी.
अरे क्या?
अपना ये देखा है क्या बोलते हैं? How many crunches you can do?
Oh, Amruta is saying not about chess. She's like, हाँ chess तो तू जीत जाएगा. Boxing में हरा दे.
थोड़ा तो कॉन्फिडेंस दिखाना ही है ना अभी. Asim says new reel tomorrow. Actually, not a bad idea. Asim keeps sending all these ideas.
Since Asim has left from India to Canada, we have not put up any
But
reels.
Asim, yesterday Sagar told, okay, that tomorrow we'll definitely do some reels, the ideas which you had sent. And today he is again forgotten.
Yeah.
कुछ तो करने चाहिए. Gold coins, free coach. ठीक है, chess book. Oh, interesting. पंकज.
Yeah, there are very interesting things which we may launch, but no one has guessed
No,
what we are
no,
going to launch.
no. Chess Base Academy है scholarship announcement. Good try. ठीक है तो कल ही बात करेंगे. We'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah. Before we look at Gukesh's game and we do that, let me just quickly show you something very useful for your chess. And we then look at Gukesh's game. Chess 16 is a powerful software where you can save your games and analyze them. You can also create databases and manage them. It's a powerful tool for any serious chess player and is used by all the top grandmasters in the world of chess, be it Carlsen, Anand, or any other tournament player. The best database that works along with ChessBase 16 is Mega Database 2022. The database opens inside of ChessBase and has over 9.2 million games with over 100,000 of them being analyzed and annotated by top grandmasters across the world. The biggest advantage of this database is that you can search any position and get to know who has played it before with the reference feature. You can also prepare professionally against your next opponent, which will help you to gain precious rating points in your next round. Get the ChessBase 16 and Mega Database now. Link is in the description. It's nice to see you together on a stream. Thank you. Hiren, we are also together in live.
Last CCT, you remember? Maybe he remembers. I was in Pune and you were over here.
That's why. Okay, guys. Before we get the next round cracking in a few minutes from now, and by the way, if anyone is interested to get ChessBase 16 and Mega Database, it's the first link in the description. So please do check it out. This is the position right now that Gukesh is on. Gukesh is playing against David Anton Guyaro, who is a very strong GM. I can just flip the board here. And Gukesh, as always, is slightly worse because of the very simple reason that his b7 pawn is a weakness and the rooks have really mounted up on the b7 pawn. But as always, Gukesh has kind of defended it carefully and is starting with his own play on the king side.
Right.
So
Sagar, maybe it is good to say for all these youngsters, slight worse position doesn't really matter when the dynamics are high and they can actually use it to their advantage. Slight better means the chances of them converting is way higher. Slight worse, the chances of them losing is way lower.
Yeah, maybe. But I think Anton Guyaro is a very tough opponent and Gukesh has to be very careful. But on the other hand, we have Hari Krishna, who is crushing his way through victory against Yuri Krivoruchko. And Yuri Krivoruchko is a very famous player from Ukraine. He was about 2700. Now he's 2669.
He used to come to India many times, right, to play?
No, I played with him in Abu Dhabi, I think. No, I played with him in some tournament. Yeah. He didn't come to India, but he used to play in UAE.
Achha.
I think the main thing about Hari's position is that he's able to really create some play. By the way, guys, if you aren't following this tournament, I must tell you that you should. It is the World Cadets Tournament that is going on. 4 rounds have been completed and 4 of our youngsters are on lead with 4 out of 4. They are Gautam Krishna, who is the national under 12 champion. He is on the left. Then we have Shubhi Gupta, who is the under 12 girls champion, who is on 4 out of 4. She was also part of the India's Got Chess Talent. Then we have the young and very well known Charvi, who is the under 8 girls champion. She's playing in under 8 world. She's on 4 out of 4. And we have Ethan Vaz, who is number 3 in under 12. And he is also on 4 out of 4.
Wow.
What this shows, Amruta, is that our national championships, which are going on, which are held by All India Chess Federation, are so well conducted because there is this state level tournament and then the nationals, that the right talents are getting the exposure, going to the world events and shining there.
Yeah, and I think generally Indians, at this age, they are just crushing over there normally. So this time, let's see how it happens. I think everybody, yeah, is saying Charvi OP because she has come here a number of times.
Yeah.
Also, we will get other players.
So this
This was a
is,
very nice idea to show Sagar with a thumbnail
I was
and some
going to make a
background.
video today, but I was
Even
unable
what you
to.
said right now, the 30 seconds, I think it should be a video for other people to, just get it some interest.
Okay. And now the next round is about to begin, so let's not delay it. And
Yes, Vignesh, of course, we are going to get chess within the originals. That's what has started will be unstoppable.
and by the way, Amruta, the next round is Anish Giri taking on Hans Neiman.
Oh, क्या बात है?
Yeah, this is a very interesting game. And yesterday, Anish said in an interview that Hans has never really played well against him. So it will be interesting to see how Hans does. And I think for Hans,
Oh, the games are starting. In fact, almost have started. Maybe we can get all our players.
yeah,
Pragg,
first,
Arjun, Magnus. Would people, anybody will calling him Maggie? Magnus. At
yeah,
home. I
maybe.
mean, at home
I don't know.
as a pet name. No,
I
you never asked him in an interview.
No.
Okay,
Knight G2.
thank God.
And Amruta, this is interesting, but you can look at Hans. He looks very, very sort of
Sleepy.
sleepy or maybe upset, or I don't know, or maybe he just looks normal.
Hmm.
It's just that I have this sort of image in my head right now that he must be sort of
Under
worried.
tension. Correct, correct. This is the reverse close Sicilian.
Yeah. Okay. Then we have the other important game of the round, which is the leader of the tournament, Arjun Erigaisi, taking on Jan Shistov Duda. And this is going to be a very important game for Arjun because Duda is a big, big fighter and he's not going to give Arjun any free points there. So this will be a tough one for Arjun. मजा आएगा ये वाला गेम. क्या लगता है अमृता?
Yeah, actually F4 कैसे क्या खेला उसने? That's something.
So it was the Nimzo Indian.
Yeah, I got that.
And it's the line that you used to play, Amruta. A3 takes TC, bishop C4.
C5, C7, knight C6, yeah. He played F4 to stop E5. So this is something, I mean, at least new.
Okay, you
me.
used to play with knight on F3, I believe.
I never played with white. You used to play.
Yeah,
this.
I mean, you used to play this line to knight F3. So he's with knight E2. F4, that's the advantage now. You can stop
Correct.
E5, but it
your
also...
E3 is weak.
Yeah, it also feels like white is undeveloped there. So Arjun quickly goes B6. Very nice move. He's going to put his bishop on this long diagonal.
Castle.
Castles, rook D8.
Bishop B2. And Arjun is thinking. And actually Duda has 16 minutes. Usually Arjun is the one who goes till 17 minutes. So he's thinking. We will come back to this game. What's up with...
And a very interesting game of this round is Magnus Carlsen taking on Vasily Evancho.
Wow!
And
Awesome.
I think
I think Evancho is completely determined to beat Magnus because you don't get... He's got this chance after a long time to play with Magnus.
Yeah. And Amruta, every time I see Magnus, I look at him, he's like thinking about chess, he's like thinking about what to play. And then that game against Neiman, it just keeps coming in my mind. Like, why did he not play?
That is true. I mean, for Hans also, it's a very difficult time.
Yeah.
To, how to react. Like,
He's playing
the full
against
day would be like,
everyone.
what should I do? How should I react? I think it's just something very unexpected happening in the chess world. That's all we can say. Yeah. D5. Well, can we have Pragnananda on the camera, Sagar?
Yes, and Pragnananda is playing against this round. He's up against Lake Wong Liam. Oh, tough one for Pragg. This is
This
a
was the final, right? Where he had lost with him?
no. That was a Ding Lejeune, I
No,
believe.
no. Correct. Sorry, that was with Ding.
And Pragg goes e4, e5.
Correct. नॉट यूट्यूबर राइटली सीज कंट्रोवर्सीज छोड़ के गेम का मजा लेते हैं.
हाँ वो तो है, मजा तो ले सकते हैं. By the way, Pragg goes for this early bishop g5 line. Castles, knight bd2, bishop a7 by Liam, a3.
He's going to go for b4. g5. Will he take a knight g5? नहीं.
He didn't take. He came back. Knight h7.
h3. No, king h1. ठीक है. Sorry, pin है. King g7 maybe first.
Maybe he
h4.
Yeah.
g4, knight h2, and then I'll get the break on f3. So h5 खेला? Did he play that?
No.
Yes. Okay. He is thinking here what to do.
Again, a very interesting position, and I think one of the most knowledgeable players in the world of chess, Amruta, when it comes to Italian, is definitely Pragnananda. Pragg knows his ideas in the Italian very well.
True.
With white side.
And I also know that he loves pizza. You were wondering, no? What am I talking?
Yeah, how do you know?
I mean, he likes pizza. He likes everything. He's a foodie. Well, Rakshit says, let me test actually. Why is Punziani not played at high level? Tell me, do you remember Punziani? What is Punziani?
Yeah.
What is it?
e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, c3.
Knight f3, knight f6, c3.
No, knight c6, c3.
Arey Rakshit, what are you doing? You have written e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, c3.
Yeah, because I think a very good way to equalize here is d5. And then I was analyzing queen a4, which is a very good move. And I think the best move here is f6. And you know, top level guys know all this stuff. Like I think at some point you go some knight g7 as well. And that's why they equalize very easily. So that's the reason why. But when you play against lower rated players, they are often not aware of it and you get quick wins there.
Oh yeah, he had written knight c6 later. Correct. Sahi yaar, Sagar. You remember all these crazy names.
King h8 by Liam. Okay, let's quickly go through the games. Firstly, Hans Neiman versus Anish Giri. Anish has a very nice edge. Anyone in the chat, can you tell us why does Anish have a good position here?
Love Chess, Sabarna Mukherjee, Harish Podar, Siddharth Bhatt, Rakshit Singh,
Bishop
Aman, correct, Bishop pair.
And you know,
also the d5 square has been mentioned by Pathik.
So once you go b3, bishop b2 on this long diagonal, this is going to be a great position for Anish. And I think Anish will most likely get the full point against Hans. But okay.
Yeah, I think it's very comfortable for him. But right now, Anish is still not in his best form.
He's a little bit shaky.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have to see. By the way, 5 minutes. Look at the time difference.
Oh, nice.
15 minutes with Anish and 10 minutes with Hans. So yeah, that's interesting.
Look at this crazy position between Levon and David. I think
and David is winning here.
Completely winning.
Like, where does the queen go? It's not trapped. Queen c3 seems like the only move here.
But then you take on f3, then your knight on b7 is... No, you are right now a full rook down.
Acha, so queen c3, if you take here...
And then the knight is trapped.
It is... No, you can go knight a5.
Yeah, b4 maybe.
b4. Yeah.
So, crazy game there. Meanwhile, Pragg has gone b4 and has an excellent position because his opponent goes h5. And now Pragg, okay, the main idea would be to play h4, but after g4, knight h2, f5, because the king has come out, black would take over the initiative. So the right move here is to first play b5, and Pragg has to spot this because after knight e7, knight takes g5.
Oh, knight g5, queen h5. Arey haan. This is nice. So he can't go knight e7.
Oh my god.
Acha, Sagar, so it's a piece sacrifice. I
Yeah.
mean, you're not
Yeah.
getting
No,
anything
no.
immediately.
And then when you go here, now you play this h4, knight h2, f5, ef5, bishop f5. White is slightly better here. But let's see if Pragg can actually spot this idea with b5, because somehow this, and now knight e7, knight f5 could give black a big advantage, and Pragg goes h4, which is he didn't play b5. But let's see if Le Quang Liem now finds, okay, after knight, I think he'll go knight h2. What else, Amruta,
Yeah,
knight h2.
and Sagar, when we were also discussing just one more earlier.
Because king h8, there's no f5 coming.
Ah, so that one
Yeah.
move makes a difference. Very subtle.
Very subtle. And now f5, very important move. Also possible knight e7 with f5. So this is the thing, if you push b5 now, then he can't go knight e7 because of knight g5 and queen h5.
But white has to consider two moves here. One is h4 and one is g4.
No, but h4.
Intermezzo. One is h4. Like naturally you'll take. No, first you'll take maybe because he has
and
to
take fg.
And fg. You are a pawn up. So this is like eliminated, this variation.
Oh, but Amruta, 1 second. This here, first of all, Pragg, okay, f5 and knight e7, he might be slightly worse. But look at Arjun's position.
Arjun is winning, everyone's saying.
Arjun is losing.
Oh, Arjun is
a very bad position. Because after knight c6, f4, b6, everything was good.
Yeah, bishop b7 khila tha.
e4. And now Arjun went knight a5, knight g3. He played rook a c8, which was a very...
I mean, it's a very normal move, right? Very logical move.
But he should have taken...
What is happening?
Taken and knight c4.
Oh, but rook c1, knight b2.
Yeah.
Rook c7, knight d1, rook b7, knight. Oh,
knight comes out. But the moment he played rook c8, e5 came, f5 came, and this is Duda
deadly attack.
Unleashing his power, because now after knight e3, in comes queen h5, and after knight f1,
lost. F6.
You can just even take here, and I mean all the pieces here could not do anything.
You see, there is not one piece on black's king side here.
Yeah.
For defense. Bapre. That was a big risk, yeah, he took.
Abhinav says in early days of chess, watching chess, I used to listen to you because I understood that. Since last CCT I checked Chess24, Peter sir is so good. Please interview him. Abhinav Gupta for sure. Peter Lecco is amazing. At some point I had also asked him to join Grandmaster Chess for us, but it didn't work out. But he's just an amazing, and many people might know it, but some may not be even aware of it, that in the World Championship match against Kramnik, he was playing for the world title, the highest title in 2004, and he was leading the match with a score of 6-5, I think, or it was maybe 7-6, and last game Kramnik had to win, must win, and he won and retained the title to equalize the score. So Peter Lecco is a huge legend in the world of chess. If we say who are the best players who are still active, who are the best in the yesteryears, then the names come as, I mean, Anand is still very good, but Anand, Evancho, Gelfand, Lecco. I think these names still active, still playing with these four names.
Lecco doesn't play much, right, though?
He plays a bit. He plays a bit. He played at the Global Chess Championship right now, where he got eliminated by Wang Hao. Yeah, he plays a bit.
Shirov.
Shirov,
Yeah.
Topalov, maybe.
Kramnik retired.
Yeah.
Sagar, do you think Arjun would be able to do anything to save himself?
No, I think what has happened, Amruta, is that firstly, Arjun is in a bad position. He goes 93. And by the way, now Duda must find Queen H5. If Duda doesn't find that, Arjun will be having a decent position.
But it's impossible that Duda won't find. Duda will not find. Because he won't go for it. The fact that he played f5 itself shows that he has calculated this already.
Like Yuki, Queen E2, suppose.
Like when you have h5, why e2? You won't even think about that. मतलब मुंबई में you can drive via expressway. Why will you go गली गली में ट्रैफिक में अटक के?
गली में जो मजा है वो एक्सप्रेस वे में
ट्रैफिक में बिल्कुल नहीं. So okay, what about Pragnananda?
हाँ तो प्रज्ञानंदा का गेम में also he's in a bit of trouble. He found, by the way, Liam finds this moon knight e7.
He found it. So
To take
Pragnananda
it.
has to really work hard to defend his position in some way. I mean, it's just slightly worse, and as we've discussed, it's not so easy for the opponents to really convert it into a winning advantage. So let's see. Also, Sagar, one important thing is Black's king is weak. So all the time, Black has to be careful, though he's going to be better.
Right.
Let's see.
So for now, I think Liam is in the driver's seat against Pragg. Duda finds this move against Arjun, so he's in the driver's seat.
100%.
Uh,
डूडा को गलिया में मजा नहीं है.
and Adhiban is having an equal position against Ivan Šarić. So I think Adhiban has come out very solidly. He drew with Pragg. And let's go to Evancho versus Magnus Carlsen. Oh my god. Look at this.
Oh, king is on f2.
Look at what has happened, Amruta. After b6, Magnus is like, अभी Evancho center लिया, ठीक है? Castles, rook b1 with the idea to trap the bishop. So knight a6 to control this. f3, ed, cd, b5. Knight can't take, it is pinned. King f2, rook b8, e4,
Evancho
d6.
is saving his pawns. कितना pawn up है ना? No, he's not pawn.
Equal. Knight g3, c4, wanting to come this way. b4 played by Evancho.
Okay, so basically if you take cb3, then maybe I'll take on
Knight
b5.
b5, yeah, he wants.
Force, because knight is angry. What?
तुम बंद कर दिया अमृता. पता नहीं क्या किया.
Very sorry, I didn't do anything. Sorry. I mean, I must have done something. Often we never realize what we did wrong. Super sorry, guys.
Amruta, because you did this, you must do some push-ups now.
I think you should do some crunches.
David Navara won.
Amruta resigned from streaming. Yeah.
Do you think, Amruta, Arjun will save this position?
Honestly, no. Because double bishops.
Listen to me. He will. You know why? This bishop on b2 is a very bad piece.
Doesn't matter.
No, guys, he will.
Doesn't matter because उसका काम ही वही है. To just, be at home. कोई आके तिजोरी ना खोले. That's it. At home. The locker. That's it. Rest of the people are, doing the job.
Guys, I'll ask you one riddle, yeah, after this in the break. Please remind me. I have one riddle for all of you to ask today.
Based on?
It's a logical question. I have been trying to think about it for some days. I haven't
Oh.
got the answer yet. So I'll ask you. I think you already know the question, Amruta. Frederick had given.
Oh, that's a good one. Leon has asked, no?
Leon, Gukesh,
Lyndon.
everyone
Yeah,
solved
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
We haven't been able to solve it yet. Meanwhile, look at Anish Giri's pawns. Ooh, beautiful. In the center, nicely positioned. F4 with the idea of F5.
Anish has
Yeah,
actually
Anish has
managed to retain his advantage, not just advantage in the
increased it
position, but
on the
also
clock.
on the clock, which is comfortable, right? You have the center, you have space. Those knights in Black's camp look ugly. You have a good bishop there on e3, well placed.
Yeah.
Super comfortable. I mean, if this position any mess up happens, Sagar, I would be very surprised. Then I would definitely say he's not in a good form because this is not a position to mess up.
Meanwhile, look at what Pragg is. I think Pragg has been in big trouble. So after Rook C, it so happened that after D4 takes, Pragg actually, I think, gave up this material
Yeah.
more intuitively.
Correct.
Thinking that, oh, the king must be weak, so let me open up the position a bit. But now, how does he gain play? So he goes Rook C1, AB, AB, Bishop B2.
Knight.
He went Rook C4.
At some point, this knight G4 is going to happen, or maybe even F3. Very quick question to you. Very quick. When this, I mean, Bishop D4 was played, was there any possibility of
Queen F6
giving
is there.
this? The queen defends the dark squares.
So Amruta, one question is that after this happened, he went Bishop E6. Now can Pragg just chop this pawn? What is the idea? What is the deep idea that Liam has? No idea there.
Rook C8, maybe he just wants to
Yeah,
exchange.
but he's just given up a pawn.
Oh,
He could have played C6. Meanwhile, Arjun Arigaisi, his opponent
so
has
what is the
played
prediction of
G6. Pragg will
Pragnananda?
fight back. Pragg will fight back. And now Arjun also may, he's worse clearly, but you know, Amruta, what is the threat that Duda has right now? Maybe he wants to double. So you can put your bishop here. Then you have the open c file. Then the knight
I think
is
at
coming
the
here.
right time there is e6 and d5, which is just going to be devastating.
But if I put my bishop here, then maybe you don't get it
Correct.
so
So
easily.
after cd4, let's just go right now. Bishop d5. Okay. Now, if I try to shift करना है. Mumbai to Pune. Go rook f4. Does it make sense? Rook h4, queen h6. No time.
Yeah, even if you get this, I can run. So right
Okay.
now you have to save this.
No point. So white needs to find a concrete
Oh, he played
plan.
knight c4, Amruta, and I think now a very important move for
White to find?
for Duda. Yeah, can you find it, guys? White to play.
Sauradya had said the knight looks very bad at e5.
Now,
Tumhara
sir.
sun liya hai abhi.
Yeah.
King can only walk, not run. Hiren Patel says. Yeah, but Sagar is saying I can run. You can run, but why are you not running then? Sagar. Okay, we have suggestions. Are the chat moves working? Rook c1 and e6.
Whoa, rook c1.
But there is so much variety of moves which we have got. Queen h6, rook f6, bishop c4, rook f1, d5, queen f6, rook C3 जो नहीं आ रहा था, रुक C1.
For all those who have said e6, it might be a bit too soon because after
It's a bit emotional.
yeah. So here rook c1 is correct,
So
and after you play bishop d5, Amruta, now rook f6 and white is in control here.
yeah,
But very important to find this move rook c1 to gain time, and then maybe you can go h4 h5.
so true. Sagar, why don't I have this personality test, EQ test, based on finding moves in the game?
Yeah, it's possible. You have to find some good puzzles for that, where there is one positional solution, one attacking solution, like that.
Correct.
Can you do it?
Can try, but the question is, yeah, it could be fun. We can try. We can try.
Look at
Inner World
Magnus.
says Liam is an underrated player. For Pragg, he is like Joe Frazier for Muhammad Ali, always giving trouble.
Nice one.
Ajaya asks, are players having back cameras on the screen with screen share?
Yes.
Yes, that is a must. Queen d4. Ivanchuk. Oh, actually, Ivanchuk has managed to
Why did
equalize
Evancho
almost.
not take the rook, Amruta?
Where? Over here?
Yeah.
Why did Evanchuk not take the rook?
Yeah, I mean, he could have taken, no?
Yeah, it was possible. I mean, it just for compensation?
Maybe he felt queen d4 is a better move.
Yeah, because the king looks weak, so he wants to get rid of the queen and takes. And now this knight has a beautiful home here.
So
Right now, in fact, it's a
Evancho is
4.
fighting on equal terms with Magnus.
Yeah, and in fact, he has double the time. Can Ivanchuk beat Magnus Carlsen, Sagar? A
Wow.
big question for today.
Because Ivanchuk had already beaten Magnus once at World Rapid Championship and had become the world champion. It was a beautiful game by Ivanchuk.
Yeah, oh my god, it would be another shocker, yeah, if Ivanchuk beats Magnus.
Yeah.
Have they ever played? Has he ever beaten Magnus?
Yeah, I'm sure he has beaten him.
But you don't have the facts in front of you. How can you be sure?
Because Evanchuk was one of the best players in the world when Magnus was growing up. So I'm sure they...
Oh, by the way, Nikhilesh Jain says Nihal Sarin Bhai won. Okay.
Ah, Nihal Sarin, yes. Okay, by the way, Rook C1 found by Duda. Bishop D5 by Arjun. Rook F6 not played yet. Still thinking.
It's Duda's move, right? Revise his time stop.
What? He played E6?
Yeah, I mean, this happened.
He took? Yeah.
Take, and now he played E6, which is actually not the best way to do.
FP? Only
Because
move?
F6, you have to go D5, otherwise इसका मतलब ही नहीं बनता है.
एक मिनट क्या चल रहा क्या?
तो E6 खेला because it wants this route, right? If you don't play D5, then E6 doesn't make sense.
So if you play Rook F6,
Bishop D5.
no, then Queen will hang.
Oh, sorry. Then maybe first Queen G. Then you have. Okay, actually, Rook F6 is a possibility. Queen G7.
So D5, can you just show us the variations? D5,
Yeah.
let's say EF5, I win a full rook, Queen F6, threatening Queen H8, and it's very difficult to meet it.
Yeah, still, I mean, you get a check, but I don't see a mate immediately. Let's say Arjun doesn't care, take the pawn.
Queen H8,
Queen H8, King F7.
Queen...
And do you have perpetual? I don't know. If you give Queen F6 check, King G8, yes, there is a possibility of perpetual. No, Sagar. No. There is a winning move.
Rook e1.
Correct.
Cutting
With
the king off, queen h8, queen g7 is it?
not even rook e7. Very sorry. Yeah, this is a direct threat.
Oh, Arjun takes here. Ooh, this has
Oh, this has
happened.
happened.
This
Then so
happened.
he's losing.
Actually, Arjun's best move was to take here, because if you now play queen f6, then there is d4 to block this pawn.
Yeah, so white would not have played queen f6 here. After takes, white will play first something else.
Yeah, maybe, but then you get time. So
Correct.
actually speaking, this was the best decision, but he took here queen f6, rook d5 on the board. Not yet, not yet. He's thinking. So Duda actually somehow swindling Arjun there.
Bapre, this was very surprising. I mean, it is not so easy to calculate rook e1, it means. Huh, Sagar?
Yeah.
Like, even if you don't play rook e1 in the variation which we were seeing, giving this check again seems like, oh, I don't want a perpetual. And if you don't look at rook e1, what else do you have? You don't have anything. This is the only way. So Arjun has missed rook e1, which means that Duda can also miss rook e1.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Let's see if that happens or not. And meanwhile, Adhiban Bhaskaran against Ivan Šarić has a nice position. He's angling for the f4 break, when Ivan has to be very careful not to land up in a lost position. So this is the position on the board for Adhiban, slightly better. And meanwhile, Arjun has chopped it off here. And as Amruta says, very important now is to cut it off. Because let's say check here, check, king e6. It's black who is actually in the driver's seat now, because his king is running to safety. So it's very important here as an attacking player to cut the king off, so that after check, king f7 check, it's a mate on the board. So cutting the king off often means that you're not letting the king run away. Let's see if Duda is super focused there. And meanwhile, Hans Neiman is very sleepy somehow, but his position is just gone. Queen c1 looks good. Look at the complications in Pragg game. After bishop e6, he took the pawn, good move. Rook a2 came in, queen c1, bishop b2, queen c2, bishop e5, queen c1, and here Pragg now has decent position. Le Quang Liam can actually draw the game with bishop b2, but will he do that? I think he won't. So good fighting chance for Le Quang Liam. Look at Arjun's move here. Bishop e2. Arjun plays. Because his point is, he wants to block it. If you take, by the way, rook e1 found by Duda, fantastic play. Check is actually winning for black. So he can't do that. He can't take. But queen h8, king here, check, king here and take. And this is resignable. Arjun is losing. Duda knows he's winning now. Rook e2. Bishop e5 check, very important move to be found, so that's to win the queen. And after rook e5, queen e5. And when the king goes to c6, there's rook c2 check. And if the king goes to d7, so take, this is a mate. Sorry, queen e8. So Arjun staring at his first defeat here today. And let's go to Pragg's game. Fine. Meanwhile, Amruta, Adhiban seems to be going towards his first win in the tournament.
Oh, that's awesome. The knight on f3 looks so deadly around this king. Then this is the problem. So this, no, king f7 is played soon. I think rook c6 is also one of the ideas. e3 is one of the ideas, but take, give a check and then play e3.
Okay, Amruta, by the way, Arjun and Duda. Arjun is trying to build a fortress here with his 2 extra pawns. Queen versus rook, but the king is just too active.
Oh, still no possibility, kya?
Well, no.
The king active karke where? What?
Just put you in zugzwang now.
King c6.
Well, dot king c6 there because check and lose, but just normal, play normally.
Yeah, now king a6. He's resigned.
So Arjun resigns here. Duda has beaten him. It's a big result, which means Arjun might no longer be the leader if Magnus Carlsen manages to beat Evancho.
I doubt because Magnus just expressed like as if there's not much, but the position says it otherwise.
Yeah, he has a good position here.
You understand?
Yeah. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay. G6 has been played. I think Evancho has 39 seconds, so this game is going to go very, very fast.
Yeah.
Either
Also,
you go
Pragg,
here,
can you
attack
look
here,
at Pragg's game, Amruta, quickly?
or you go 97. But anything can happen
Look at
still.
Pragg, he sacrificed his rook there, Amruta.
Arey!
Pragg
Oh,
is
as
rook.
we had discussed that black's king is weak.
Yeah. So
Rook d2, black first gave a sacrifice.
First
कहाँ तक
this
देखा था? कहाँ
happened.
तक देखा था?
And the thing was, if he had repeated Amruta, it could have been a draw. But he went knight g3, fg3, rook d2, and Pragg said, "Okay, if I take your rook, you will take my rook, but I'll take your bishop first." And so now, if he had taken here,
Yes.
then
Rook at
queen h6 forced mate.
no, bishop g8 is there, but then you are a piece down. Arey, nice. f8 is hanging. Rook f8.
Yeah.
ठीक है.
So
Maybe, I don't know, missing queen h6 is hard because queen h6 was always in the air. What did he play?
rook d3 he took.
He took it. No, that's our line.
No,
He played
sorry.
king g7.
King g7, queen
Queen
d2, rook f1, knight f1, queen f6, king h2. Not the most accurate, but
Materially, it's still equal, but black's king is weak. Not like white is winning or something,
Yeah.
but very good chances.
good chances here. Good chances here because
Yeah.
the black king is exposed, and
Yeah. The knight has to come to f4 so that it is able to attack both
Yeah.
these guys. and it's not so easy to get knight to f4. So
Yeah, let's
Some hard work.
quickly go to Anish's game because Anish is winning now.
Yeah,
G5 is just desperation from Hans. Knight e8 played, attacking the queen, and if queen takes d5,
knight
then knight
f6.
f6 check and knight takes.
So Anish did not give any chance to Hans actually
No, he played
towards the end.
beautifully.
Yeah, well played. This is one of those games where we can again say form is temporary, class is permanent. Right, Sagar?
Yeah. Let's look quickly at what Pragnananda's opponent has just done. After this, knight e3, d5, queen, bishop b5, queen e5, knight to c2. It's a good blockading square for the knight. So I think
Yeah,
overall,
because I think also this knight on g6 is controlling f4, but if it moves, then now we see that maneuver happening. This is a great chance, but for Pragnananda, the position he has got. In whichever way, when the king was exposed, कुछ तो हो ही गया ना Sagar?
yeah.
Jumble dumble happened.
Yeah, your
That's what
favorite,
I'm
your
saying.
famous quote is now becoming more and more popular each day. Meanwhile, Evancho is not letting Magnus Carlsen win at all.
Yeah, how is Evancho looking?
Oh,
Very
meanwhile,
focused.
Adhiban has won his game and he was so
Well
happy, guys.
done.
Let's have a big hand to Adhiban because he's played 9 rounds without a win, and finally, the 10th round, he manages to score, which is truly special.
Nice.
Well done. Adhiban finally gets that win. And here, Ivanchuk's position, he has an extra pawn.
Ivancho is a pawn up with
Yeah, but
Magnus
because
actually.
because the thing is that he does not,
Wow.
white doesn't have dark square control, so it should be equal.
Yeah. Oh, Anish versus Hans is still going on. He's not yet resigned.
Yeah.
Please ask for a riddle. Guys, हो ही रहा है. Games are ending. Sagar will ask the riddle. Don't worry.
I don't know the answer, guys, so you will have to help.
I think there is no. I think the riddle makes sense to ask only if there is either of the.
But there is an
people.
answer for sure.
Yeah, there is answer. No, it's not going to be.
You know the answer already, no?
No, I just think what I found looks like a perfect answer. Okay.
So
Can I look at
continue?
Pragg?
Yeah, Pragg's game. Pragg against Le Quang Liem.
The funny thing here is actually it may seem like black is a pawn up, right? He has
Oh,
a
by the way,
passer. Sagar.
Anish won.
Yeah. Isn't it Sagar?
Huh?
It may seem like black is a pawn up because of these double pawns.
By the way, Le Quang Liem has fought well and now the position is equal.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like black should feel like being a pawn up, right? So he should technically have advantage. But he's not having. Yeah, I think he will take the bishop takes and knight f4 or knight d4 should work. He goes king e3, just maintaining it. What if bishop g6 stopping king d3? Maybe go knight f4. Oh no, knight f4. Exactly, he's going to lose this pawn.
Bishop
No,
g2,
but if
knight
you take
f4.
bishop g2, yeah, knight f4, and you also lose h5, which you do not want. Maybe they will repeat this and this, or this. Maybe they will repeat. Yeah. I don't know what he's calculating, because this surely doesn't work for him. Is he maybe he's considering d4, knight d4, and then bishop g2, but doesn't make sense to capture that doubled pawn. Oh, by the way, knight f4 would be a mistake because of d4 check. So it's important to keep the knight on d4. King d3, bg6 check, king a3. Yeah, king d3. Bishop a4. No, not much. You want to play b5? Then this bishop has only one square on d1 to go, which is fine. Possible. By the way, very quickly, in Evancho versus Magnus, Magnus has now got the winning advantage. He also has 50 seconds, but these pawns look a little deadly over there. Ivanchuk is because of this pawn. Ivanchuk is actually a piece up. But 2 seconds before Ivanchuk, he has to make a move. Rook c2. Oh, he just played. You can see 10 seconds. He played when he was almost down to 1 second. Rook c2. Now black will take the bishop, or he can also give a check. But yeah, rook f3 seems good. The only way to stop the pawn would be to give the rook. Evancho will have to give the rook. Takes. Okay, Magnus first gives the check, which is fine, and now takes. Not even giving a chance to take on h2. And he's simply winning right now. There's... Oh, queen d6. Wait a second. There is a chance of fortress. Rook goes to c6 here. That's... What? Oh, Magnus missed queen b3 check and queen c2. Unbelievable. Look at him. He realizes that. It is shocking. Just simply he was winning the rook. Rook c6 has been played by Evancho. Oh my goodness. Can this be a drawing chance for white? Unbelievable that he missed that. Oh my goodness. f6. Super shocking, yeah? Because with the queen, the first thing you're going to look at anything, if anything is hanging undefended. Maybe it's a fortress now. Magnus cannot win this with the queen. How do you progress? Everything is defended. Rook d4. Keep the rook on d4. Then maybe even move the king to g4. Oh, in the meantime, guys, Pragnananda's game has ended in a draw. So that's done there. We have this final game going on right now. Magnus versus Evancho. It's going to be interesting because he's going to do a lot of stuff. Yahan se, wahan se, and as we know, jumble tumble can happen. So even white can miss it. What are your thoughts here? Will Evancho hold this, or will he kind of mess it up? Both have good enough time for this position now, more than a minute on the clock. The fact that Magnus took on f3 was also a draw. Jaya says, no, I don't think at that point of time we can have a look at it once this game finishes. But right now, look at both of them. Evancho has got back his energy because Magnus missing something like, capturing the whole rook was unbelievable. Then okay, my opponent world champion can also make mistakes. It's actually happening with him. Okay, rook g8. This rook is now scattered. So, white has to take care. Right now, rook g6 is a threat. How does black save it? King e4. Oh, why did I not take it? Why did I not take the pawn here? If rook g6, oh, it was a, oops, sorry, guys, what am I doing? Anyway, rook e8 check, king f5. Now he plays rook e2. This king is having nowhere to go. If there was this one move which Evancho gets, it's a mate. Obviously, that's not going to happen. Or is it happening? Of course not. Magnus won't blunder removing the queen from this rank. I mean, if it was Samay, then maybe yes, but not Magnus. Don't tell Samay, guys. Rook e2. Okay, I'll just play here. Queen d3. Maybe push the queen. Even if you get this check, the king goes to e6. Okay, this is a clear fortress. Don't see any doubt. g5 has been played. Takes ko nice intermezzo. White still has to be careful. As we know, Magnus doesn't really give it up so easily. So with this pawn, he is going to create some torturous moments here for Ivanchuk without any doubt, because you cannot stop g4. Look at that. Already slightly weak move. Already. And why so? Because the good idea for Magnus is to pin the knight and threaten g4, winning the knight. That is why rook f1 is not the best. He first plays g4, but if Magnus would have gone here, this king had to, let's say, go to g3. Again, the same idea. It was a lot of ulta pulta ghuma ke. Nothing is easy here anymore. So g4. कहाँ जाएगा? Where is it going to go? These two are possible. There is a disco here. This would be a little bit on the edge. Not recommended. Knight d4, knight f5 seems good. Oh, he goes knight h4. Not a nice move. Knight d4 was better so that the knight could have gone to f5 and some possibility of, anyway, knight h4, knight f5 आ गया है इधर. King g5 खेला है. Important was to keep the king on the e file. Very tough moves. These are all not humanly possible. King g5 is a natural move, attacking the knight and keeping your king near this pawn. So knight f5 has happened. Maybe he'll go queen d3 with some ideas. काफी interesting चल रहा है. One move wrong and then Evancho is going to be in a bad position. But if he plays accurately, he should be able to hold this. Oh, by the way, we have a news. Gukesh won, which is a great news there. Magnus is thinking for a long time. It's already been, I think, 40 or 50 seconds maybe. C moves have been done. Oh yeah, queen d5 check, check. This is the position. I don't know why it got stuck. Now it's moving. King h5. The king can't enter. That's why this knight is very well placed on f5. White now has a simple idea. Go rook f2 and rook h2. बस ये खेलते रहो. He cannot take here because the king pawn endgame would be a draw. There is another possibility, king g2, king g1. Okay, this Evancho is going to hold without any doubt. Look at him. He is also very relaxed. Oh, if you just look at Evancho, he is already sensing the result. I think he's already feeling the happiness. Oh, knight g3. Oh, that was a check there. You didn't have any time to take here. Rook g2. King f4. Then just go knight f1. कितना भी black progresses with his king here, it's not a worry because eventually there are these checks and there are these attacks you have, and you see the g3 square is controlled, so the so white has nothing to worry. Ivanchuk's time is more than 2 minutes now and Magnus is on 20 seconds. क्या ही ना, like Evancho is amazing. He is able to draw with Magnus. That too, he was in such a bad position in between, and number of times, it's really unbelievable. We really need to know the history, guys. If anybody has mega database, then please do check what is the statistics Evancho versus Magnus. How many times have they played? What has been the result? Chucky is a cult hero, Peter says. True, true. Wow. 5,000 people are watching that. How Magnus is going to react at the end of this game is also interesting to watch. I'm sure he did not uh, imagine that this would end in a draw, at least with the position he had. Okay, now g3 is the threat, but of course, who's going to allow that? King g2. Again, ये खेलो, वापस आ जाओ, 93, knight f1. "92 moves are over. I think since the final pawn push g4 has been played. Let me just check on what move number has been played. Yeah, 72. So another 30 moves they can play. By the way, Piyush says the statistics here: 17 wins Evanchuk, 18 wins Magnus, rest are draws. Is it true? I am not very sure. Kanishka says Magnus beat Evanchuk 8-3 with 16 draws. Oh my god, everybody is writing something else. Maybe I have to check it on my own. Not in rapid. I was actually asking about. Doesn't matter actually. All the games together, rapid and classical, मिला के. Evanchuk is soon going to reach 3 minutes in hand. 95 moves. After 4 moves, they are going to be celebrating a century of moves. But Magnus is still trying. Why not? Why not? Any twist he can bring? Queen at 7 check. King G1. That's just a perpetual. King F4 he is played. Uh, Not a real threat. But maybe he'll go King F3. So Rook F2. Magnus already. Sorry, Evancho already stops that. King E3. Now bring your king again to G2. आ गया. G2 आ गया. Ivan missed. Oh, there are any other games going on? No. All the games have ended, guys. Queen B1 check. King G2 or Knight F1 both should be okay. Just looks like black is having a great position, but it doesn't work. Exceptional cases always exist. At which point Magnus is going to say, ki, okay, boss, I don't have any more resources to find. 100 moves are over, guys. Century हो गया है. क्रिकेट जैसा होना चाहिए ना, सेंचुरी होने के बाद राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज, एक ऐड होना चाहिए, मज़ा ही आ जाएगा. 100 moves they are playing, it doesn't happen often, so there has to be some way to, you know, at that point when 100 moves happen, कुछ तो बजना चाहिए ऐसे मज़ेदार. Chucky. Okay. King D3, I have no idea where he's going. By the way, 30 moves are done, matlab another 20 moves. Another 20 moves remain. So for the 50 move rule. Correct, guys? If I'm not wrong, the same rule applies here in online chess also, right? Sarthak Madan is saying we want double century. Bye. Or 100 moves. That will make the game last for how long? I think the mathematicians can do the calc. Today India lost. Literally, there is nothing, Magnus. But it's just amazing to see you trying so hard, not accepting, but with 5 seconds. No, not yet. You're still trying. How much ever a dead draw. The best thing is, yeah. Now, this reaction by Magnus says that, okay, no, there's nothing left. Now, guys, what's the prediction? How many moves are they going to play? अभी तो इधर चेक भी दे दो थोड़ा सा, some different move. Evancho gets to play. In fact, do you want to take check? No. He just wants to be cool and calm. King h2. Oh. Okay, maybe now is Magnus going to repeat? King g1, king d4. Seems like that. No, he still wants to continue the chance of torture. Queen b1 check. King g2. तो अभी तक फोटोग्राफिक ड्रॉ हो गया रहता था. Guys, do you know the rule of photographic draw in a OTB game? 13 more moves to 50 more rule, says Keshav Shastri. King e4. Is there any threat of g3? No. There just comes rook g2 and you will pick up the pawn. Magnus is enjoying. Just मजा आ रहा है उसको. King e4. Evancho's watch is very interesting. Photographic draw is yes, when the position gets repeated, but not back to back 3 times. It gets repeated and then it is, let's say, repeat and then white to move. Then after a few moves are played, again the same position with the same player to move, like white to move. And then after some moves, again the same position with white to move. That is a photographic draw. But you have to call the arbiter before you make the move. Only then they consider it. Very initially this rule was not there. Then it was introduced. So many of us would, not remember to call the arbiter. It was like, okay, 3 times repeat ho gaya. Then the arbiter says, no, you have to continue playing. So it used to be some funny, in fact, controversies also at that point of time. Controversies without any coverage. Okay, we are at 114th move. So let's say another 8 moves. Queen a3. Oh, by the way, we have the other games starting. So let's also get the other players by the time on the board. There we have Pragnananda, Arjun, Adhiban. 5 more moves to go over here. I completely forgot that other games can start. So, in fact, even Anish, let's have him here. I want to see the final reaction and then we are going to move to the other games, guys. Rook g1. अभी तो g1 हो गया है g के white का. So मैग्नस कर लो, अभी ड्रॉ हो गया. Two moves left. 2 moves left, guys. इतना ही देखा है तो देख ही लेंगे. Yeah, not at all happy because he knew he had clear advantage and he messed it up very quickly, just taking you to this final position where the big mess up actually happened. Yes, over here ये हो गया. नहीं यहाँ पे भी नहीं. In fact, it was just give me a moment. Rook f3, king f3. This was great. h1 check. Queen हो गया. Queen d5 he took. which is also all perfect. Knight e5, and here what Magnus missed was a simple check. Just a simple check. You cannot defend the rook. You are losing the rook. Okay, what maybe he thought that, let's say king goes to g4, queen takes c2, d7, but then d8 is anyway not happening. यहाँ पे तो mate हो जाएगा. यहाँ पे तो mate हो जाएगा इधर वैसे भी. Yeah, okay. So this was the mess up. Now let's move to the next round, guys. And what's up with our players? Pragnananda is playing with David Navara and Pragg is black. Arjun is playing with Boris Gelfand. Arjun is white here. And Adhiban is playing with Adhiban is now going to play with Evancho. So their game has some time to begin. Let me just, until that time, unpin them and go to Pragnananda versus David Navara. Let me bring David on the... Okay. So it has been standings very quickly. Yes, of course, thanks for reminding me. These are the standings for you for a moment. Arjun still leads the game, followed by Magnus Carlsen on 18, Pragnananda on 16, Duda on 16. I believe these are the standings. Okay. Going back to the games, e4, c5, David versus Pragnananda, knight f3, e6. Oh, he did not play d4. He played b3. That is quite a sideline. Bishop b2, a6. At any time, it could convert into takes, and Marabzibain structure. But he first goes c4, most probably intending d4 at the right time. Or he may not even want to go into the open positions. Exactly. Pragnananda already stops these ideas, goes to the d4 square. As you see, this knight cannot be kicked away because of the pawns here on e4 and c4. Pragnananda is not at all worried about the doubled pawn because e4 would be weak. d6, castle, bishop e7, and knight e2. You have to do something about the knight. So Pragg very calmly defends the knight on d4. Solid center here. Knight h4. He is intending to go f4. Castle. First, David takes on d4, asking Pragnananda, with which pawn are you going to capture? E takes d4 or c takes d4? That would be a question where many of you will get confused. Pragnananda takes e takes d4 because already white is soon going to intend f4 as well, and c takes d4 ke baad, guys, you are going to get some play in the future with b5. So that's why c takes d4 is a better idea. Knight f5, and this is the position. Pragnananda has a choice to exchange this bishop, the light square bishop, or he has a choice to just give up the dark square bishop, or he could think of saving it, but then it could become very passive. So will he take here? No. He played rook b8, trying to continue with the plan of b5. There is a direct threat of b5, and saying that if you want to exchange my bishop, I'm very happy because all my pawns are placed on the dark squares, and my bishop is also dark square bishop. So the bad bishop and a good knight. By the way, with good knight, it just reminds me, Sagar, has he said good night or not yet? Let me just check it out what he's doing, but maybe let him take 5 minutes rest when it is completely getting messy or chaotic games. At that point of time, we may call him. So rook b8 has been played. This is Pragnananda's position. Let's have a look at Arjun's game as well. Why does it feel very similar? So going, it was a Jobava system. Jobava, London. This has happened before. We have seen it yesterday itself, I think. Bishop d3, bishop c7. And the knight reroutes itself. Look at it. It was so funny. The knight went to c3, b5, a3, b1 and d2. Guys, career can be changed anytime. Remember this. Bishop g3. Switching is an art. c5, knight goes to e5 now. Bishop b7. Okay, white. Oh, it's very interesting. He went queen b1. There is a subtle pressure on h7 point. The thing is, he doesn't want his queen on c2, most probably because the black rook is going to come to c8 and some discovered ideas and pinning ideas he wants to avoid, not discovered. That's the reason it seems he went queen b1. g6 was played. f4. Arjun is not worried about the king because the center is closed right now. If the king is in the center, generally we say that open the center, challenge the center. Yes, it is challenged, but it is still closed. So there is no black piece which can directly attack the white king. So this is fine, the delay in the castle. Knight h5 was played. Knight df3. Look at this advantage. Because he has delayed castle, he has the rook on h1. And because he has the rook on h1, the move knight g3 over here would be very, very good for white. As we know, work from home. Rook h1 pair, masta. Already putting pressure here. And at some point, this is going to be devastating. So very cool idea by Arjun. Knight f3 was played. And Boris went for f5. He also is scared of, holding this pressure for a long time. So f5, stopping all the sacrifice ideas. Bishop h4. Queen e8. Rook g1. Oh my god. He has no intention to castle. That was such a trick for black. I mean, black would be expecting castle at sooner or later. Also, because the queen was on b1, it was very hard to predict that white is not going to short castle. Otherwise, normally queen c2 pe rehti hai, long castle is easy. So this is tremendous plan by Arjun. Tremendous, man, tremendous. Okay. By the way, very important is that I have to also get Adhiban on the screen once I'm just done analyzing this. Knight takes e5, he played. Knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, and f takes e5. A lot of simplifications have happened. And guys, in the chat, very quickly, what after this move, fe5, what is the biggest imbalance in the position? What is the biggest imbalance in the position? Awesome, awesome guys. Soham Saha, Arpit, Geeta, Darshit. Very good. The biggest imbalance, white has double bishop and black has a bishop and knight. So this is the biggest thing. But the position is semi-closed or almost or even closed, you can say. Only thing is this king is going to be weak because of the double bishops. So there is very slight initiative which Arjun has. Also, the bishop is a bad bishop. That is one more reason why the slight initiative lies with white. Let's see what happened. Bishop c6. He already wants to, activate his bishop here. Either he could even think of exchanging it. Bishop e2. Bishop b5. That's what happened. Bishop b5. Of course, you don't want to exchange. But the question is, do you take here and enter the opposite colored bishop? Or do you save your bishop? This is the question. What is Arjun going to do? Take the knight or play bishop f3? Both are possible. Both still retain that advantage with him. I would really like to keep the bishop because this double bishop and the knight anyway on h5, I don't like it. But at the same time, bishop h5 is directly forcing this doubled pawns and clearing a lot of things after having opposite colored bishop. So that is Arjun's game. Let's move to Adhiban's game as well. What are the updates? Firstly, let's have him on the screen. Oops. Evancho had a very long, tiring game. Is this going to be useful for Adhiban? That's one more question. Also, let's have Boris, because the player is playing with him, and David as well. David, we already have him. What about Magnus? His game has also started. And yes, oh, Hans' camera is not there. Okay. ठीक है. Adhiban started with c4, knight f6, knight f3, b6. That's the English opening there. Pretty like structure. We will come back to this game. It's gonna take some time for them to enter in an interesting position. Very quickly, let me take you to, yeah, we saw Arjun. Arjun is still thinking. He has not decided. He has more time, so nothing to worry there. And Pragnananda, yeah, Pragnananda, after he took on d4, what really happened? A lot of moves have happened. In fact, he took here knight f5. He played rook b8. And David actually took the bishop on e7. Should be good. Black should be happy. d3, b5. Queen d2. In this position also, in this case, white has a double bishop, whereas the position is closed and the space is in black's favor as of now. So b takes c4, b takes c4. That's why the queen is here defending the b2 bishop, and white would have been very unhappy if he had to capture with this pawn and allow the central passed pawn. Queen c7, rerouting the queen, bishop a3, and knight d7. He can later solidify with f6 if white tries to go for f4 and all, but this knight is going to shift to c5 and also put an eye on d3 point. Eventually, if it gets exchanged, let's be sure that black has a better bishop than white's bishop, bishop h3. That's where immediately he realizes this and understands that this bishop needs to be exchanged. Okay, knight c5, bishop c8, rook c8, and we are entering the major piece endgame. All the major pieces are on the board. For all the people, भाई इतना standing क्यों देखना है? Very quickly I am taking you to standings. Okay, देख लो. Arjun, Carlson is on 19. Yeah, right. Hans on 17. Oh my god. Pragnananda has moved to number 4 spot. Okay, this is interesting. ठीक है, let's go back to the games. Bishop c5 has been played. Guys, किससे मारोगे? Will you take with the pawn or will you take with the queen? Hans game. अच्छा, Hans game is finished. We will look at it. The question to all of you is किससे मारोगे? Okay, मार दिया. Pragnananda has taken it with the pawn. So this seems likely that a lot of exchanges will happen on the b file and it will end in a draw. It should end in a draw. With black, that should be a good result for Pragnananda. Going to Arjun's game, did he choose? Look here. He actually took the knight. He decided to enter into opposite colored bishop, because in opposite colored bishop, if you are putting pressure on your opponent, it's an advantage to you because this bishop can never come for the defense of the king on dark squares. Remember that. So you have this kind of, this extra artificial piece like feeling. A5. So yeah, black has to start doing something here. A5. As of now, these two pawns are stopping white g4. H3. That's the reason he is wanting to go g4. Queen g6. Again, stops g4. But anyway, g4. Oh, not a great idea. The reason is after g4, first of all, if you take with the f pawn, then it is fine because takes. If takes, then there can be rook g4, and eventually, this king is going to be in big trouble. So that should be okay. But the problem is h takes g4. And now if you take h takes g4, I am going to ask all of you in the chat that there is a very good move for black. Can you spot the move? Can you spot the move? Meanwhile, I'm just back in 10 seconds. Okay, we have a lot of answers. Can I just check them? 1 second. Yes, there we are. H5 is the right. No, H5 is not the right move, guys. मैं क्या H5 is the right move. Very few people have given the answer. In fact, sports with Tanish, Ashita, Harry Potter, Aradhya, Bansal, Aki's channel, Dev, Dhruv Saini, Soumya Agarwal. Absolutely right, guys. Actually, it's a great. By the way, we'll also have a look at the move h5. But going to the game, rook f6. What a brilliant positional sacrifice. We were just talking about this bishop. It's like that piece where you cannot, this piece cannot be a defense. So look at this. Takes, and dark squares without this bishop are completely weak. And now you are going to feel this king which is in the center. He what lag raha hai uska? It's really in a big chaos after the move queen g5. So it would have been a great positional sacrifice here. That's why I think this is what he missed. All of you who have suggested the move h5, the point is white will get g5, and then there is a very good point bind. Now after rook f6, there is ef6, and you don't get the same way to penetrate the dark squares. That's the reason it was important that rook f6 has to be spotted. What happened in the game, by the way, if we look at some moves have happened. Oh, g4. Oh, he played fg4. He played fg4, which is a great news, because it's not the best. As we discussed, it gives a lot of advantage to white, I mean the practical advantage, because of this king. That's a great news. Boris, actually, I am a little bit surprised, because it was not so difficult to spot this idea. hg4, rook f6, it was not so difficult. So definitely, yeah, but you had to see queen g5. It was important to see queen g5 and to go for this, something like this. Okay, so now let's go to the Let's go to the other game, Pragnananda's game. Is there anything there? No, this is absolutely ending in a simple draw. Maybe they are going to repeat right now, just right now. Yes, there they are, and we are here at the right time. And that's a draw. Pragnananda versus David. Plain, easy, simple, calm draw. Okay, what's up with Mr. Beast? Mr. Beast. Funny. ओ मैन आदिबान वर्सेस इवांचो बहुत ही कुछ क्रेजी चल रहा है. Sicilian, they played Sicilian. Okay. Wow, rook d4. That's a rook shift to the king's side. I think Adhiban is in a beast mode, and there comes this sack. Knight f5 check. Gf5, because if you don't take, it's the queen is going to enter. King g8 is completely lost because queen h6. You are threatening a mate, and if gf5 now, then you just shanti say take here, but your queen is already entered, and all these ideas exist. So soon it will get mated. Got it. So knight f5, he took gf5, queen g5 check. Evancho played king h7 and rook h5, knight h5, queen h5. Is there a perpetual, or is Adhiban having anything like a mating idea? Okay, he has to give a check without any doubt. King h8. Now can he go rook d4? Can white go rook d4? What is the way to defend for this mate, guys? What is the way to defend? There is only one way to defend. Can you tell me what is the move to defend? What's the move to defend? Yeah. All of you are very, very alert. Mithun, Geeta, Chess with Gopal, Arush, Devil, Amit, Himanshu, Osama, Shubham, just do it. Yes, Bishop e4, and that has happened on the board. Bishop e4, and I think there is no choice with white because he's a full rook down. So perpetual seems like the only way forward. Yeah. So for Ivanchuk, the last game he drew with Magnus Carlsen, and this game he drew with Adhiban. Okay. Let's check Arjun's game, Arjun versus Boris. I think it's one of the very interesting games going on there. We saw h4. Bishop takes h4 was played. Rook f3. Rook f3 and bishop g5. The point is, if white tries to go king d2, then black has a very interesting move. Not very easy to see. Acha, Anish, angry reaction. Kya hua? Did he miss something? Let's also look at it. But here black has a very interesting move. As I said, not very easy to see because g5, you're giving up a pawn. But why are you giving this pawn, guys? Can you spot it? Why? What is the reason? Why did you want to deflect? The reason was to get control of this square. This square was a weakness. This rank is a weakness. Rooks are best placed on 7th and 8th ranks, right? So rook f2 check. That was the major idea. If you try to go king c1 and all, oh, this is just complete non-coordination here, so it would be a disaster. And these type of ideas exist in the position. So Arjun played bishop g5, actually stopping g5. Rook f8 is played, and long castle. Finally the king feels safe, right? Finally king को कुछ तो घर मिल गए है, shelter. Bishop e2, rook e1, bishop d3. This is the position. We will come back to it again, but what's going on with Anish? What just happened in the last 2-3 moves? So this was the position. Anish is having advantage, in fact, even more on time. He played rook c4, rook b3. He took the queen. Rook takes a4. यहाँ से एक बड़ा पिन है. Bishop takes c5. Rook a7. Now the bishop is free again. Bishop d4. g3. e7 is protected here, so that's fine. The threat also was to give a check and to take the pawn here. So g3, rook e2, putting more pressure on f2, rook f3, the only way to defend f2, and Anish played f5. All looks pretty okay right now. Of course, he's kind of lost some of his advantage, but by playing all natural moves. And Yash says amazing documentary, Sagar bhai. Yeah, Yash, that documentary, really all of you have not seen it, please do have a look at it. It's a beautiful movie, takes you to Chennai once again, and the whole team and especially Abhidaya has worked very, very hard for it. The top class says in 50% game Arjun does a long castle. That's a funny observation. f5. So Anish has slight advantage, but we have to see if we can convert it into a winning advantage. Let us have a look at Arjun's game once again. Long castle kiya tha. So at this position, basically very long castled, he could have, broken the connection of the two rooks by playing bishop f6. Also threatening rook h1. Though it's not like immediately something is happening, but it was a possibility to go on. And black would have also started his king journey. He decided to long castle. As I said, the king now feels safe. Bishop e2 was played. Rook e1. Maybe rook d2 was slightly better so that you also get a chance to double the rooks easily. Rook e1. He goes bishop d3. And now this light square bishop, if you see, from c8 to d7, where it was, within this pawns and not being able to release his true potential, suddenly has got all the skills and is placed beautifully. And it's going to cause a lot of trouble to white king. So Arjun has to be careful. Finally, he decides to break the connection. It was important. Bishop f6, g5. The question is, could black have played rook f2? Yes, he can play rook f2. But white has g5 without really caring about this check and without caring about even losing the b2 pawn for the only reason, guys. What is that only reason? The only reason is that you get your rook on h1 and the black king looks like in danger. Already the rook, so then it would be definitely ending in a perpetual. ठीक है. Let's go to the game. Bishop f6, g5. वो एक झलक दिखला वाला था कि how things can change. Oh my god, he plays king d2, and the evaluation bar suddenly loves the position for black because rook f2 check. Obviously black gets a free move. Why would Arjun do that? What was his intention? Because he's not going to miss rook f2. It was something he called it for, ki rook f2 is fine, I don't worry about it. Oh my god. Did he underestimate black's ideas right now, which are just waiting patiently, going for maybe a4, a3 ideas? or eventually taking the pawn and it. Oh, it's going to become really dangerous for Arjun. Really dangerous. Okay, everyone's saying to have a look at Hans' game. We will have a. With whom did he play? Oh, he beat Aronian. He beat Aronian. Oh, whoa. What's that last position there? In 21 moves. So e4, c5. This is all open. This is open Sicilian. Knight off, in fact. Bishop d3, g6, f3. Bishop e2. What's this? I have not seen bishop d3, bishop e2. I mean, of course, defends these ideas. Knight b d7, castle. b6 was played. All looks now normal. Bishop e3, bishop e7. Position is completely fine for black. I mean, you're developing normally. g4. White starts with the attack. Knight e5, g5. That too is a very normal move. Let me even try to guess. Knight d7. Maybe I'll consider a move like knight d5 here, or no, sorry. Maybe I'll consider f4. Either of the two moves. But let's see. No, he plays b3, stopping knight c4. I didn't consider this move. e6 was played by Levon, which is not a good move. Now, for what reason? Yes, f4, of course, now, because knight c4 cannot jump in. Knight g4 is not possible. Knight c6 is the only move. But then this king is in the center and f5 is going to be strong. So f4 is very natural. Rook c8. Okay, he is saying that you can take here and I'm gonna take your knight. So rook c8, the evaluation bar says that's a blunder. Oh my god, knight b5, no. Firstly, fe5 if you play, queen c3, and black has simply a better position. Because if I take the pawn here, then you take, and lose the knight. So can't take the pawn there. In general, this is, if you can't take the pawn, then already it's bad. So not fe5. The other move which would come to the mind is to obviously defend this or move it because it's hanging. But to move it, knight d5 would definitely come to the mind, which is a valid move, though it's possible to play with compensation this kind of a position. Takes. I'm just trying to little bit decode like how I would think. I'm very sad that I actually saw this move right now which was played, because it was very tough one for me to guess here. Knight b5, not very tough. I will tell you about something about this move. This kind of an idea with the queen on c7 and both the knights on c3 and d4. When does it come? In fact, in Meroxybine, there is a line where this rook is on e8. And at that point of time, if you play rook e8, it's considered as a positional mistake. Because of the same reason, knight b5, a b5, knight b5, the queen goes back to b8, knight d6. And in that situation, the point is white actually gets 2 pawns and a rook for 2 knights. And in that situation, it favors white. So this is a similar idea. With the king on e8, many times when the pawn is also on b5, knight b5 is something which happens commonly. So I would not say it is. Yeah, Rakshit says even usually you take knight b5, a b5, knight b5, queen b8, knight d6. True. Very true. So takes, queen c2, knight d6 was played, king e7 here. He took the knight. Knight takes e5. Materially, if you just have a look at the position, it's completely equal, but with the king on e7 in the center. And now he played queen b4. Okay. There is a clear cut, threat. You want to give a check, and there is a mate in one, like mate in two. So queen e2 was played and knight f5. Yeah, just lost. But I really think that for a 2700, this was not very difficult, because majorly over here, what Aronian played rook c8 was a blunder. more than anything. Also, what he played e6 was not the best idea. So this was the place. Right now for b3, Aronian could have played rook c8. The point is d6 is protected. You no more have anything like knight b5. At the same time, you are giving a direct threat with queen c3. So this should have been very, very fine for Aronian. f4 would be a blunder. This is hanging. Something like knight d5 would be possible. And the game goes on. Obviously, the game goes on. So, yeah, I think we have decoded the game. Let's quickly go to Arjun's game because a lot of moves would have happened. And I'm very happy to see the evaluation that after rook f2 check. Oh, this actually happened. a4, a3. And rook f7, slightly weak move, but never so easy to decide. Like you just have to play bishop e4 with then the idea of rook c2. So, not so easy. Bishop e2 also stops this. If I try to challenge here, there was this check. And if I try to go king d1, then there is rook b2. It was clearly better. Okay, he played rook f7. Arjun gets rook d1. Rook h1 was still an idea because bishop is not on e4. Rook d1, bishop e4. But he challenges the rook on 7th rank. Finally, that is a whoosh. That is a relief. Takes. Rook h7, again threatening rook h2. But rook e1, again challenging the 7th rank. So bishop f3, attacking the g4 pawn. But c4, Arjun plays. Don't forget that g5 is also a possible move to take there. King c3. Now this king is a little bit having some space, but right now it's mate in 1 threatened. So rook c1, cd4, ed4, check, and the king goes back. Because if you go king b4, that would be a blunder. Rook b3 check, and your d takes c4 would be clearly a problem with bishop c2 check and mating ideas. So that's why he went king d2 check, and we are going towards the live position so that we don't miss things. Rook g2. We are here. Yes, we are here. Yeah, Rakshit, I think I agree with you. Okay. So king d2. Now he takes the pawn on g4. White, actually Arjun is a pawn up, but there is a blockader here, and because it's opposite colored bishop, it's not going to be easy to break through. Asim says looks like a dead draw. Not completely dead because white will have a slight bit of chance until these weaknesses are there, and until black is able to. Oh, Anish is super sad. What really happened? Did he again, was he kind of winning or something? No, it. Why is he so sad, Anish? What did he miss? Maybe he thought he's winning or something? 50 moves are over here. Half a century. इतना दुखी. बाप रे, इतना दुखी. क्या हो गया ऐसा? Why do you think, guys, Anish is so sad? Arey, come on, guys. Anish is sad because he's reading CBI chat. Ramit says. Okay, funny. Let's go to. Oh, Magnus's game is also super interesting against Duda. In fact, Magnus is winning. Move the knight. Threaten queen f7. Or h5 is also possible. Yeah, he plays knight d6. It's completely crushing. Okay, can we go to Arjun's game if there is any possibility, any chances? So what happened? Rook g2 check, king goes to e1, bishop f2, 7th rank, thoda cut off. Actually, Arjun wins the second pawn, but this bishop is completely like a solid defender. So he gives up one pawn, tries to create another passer, but rook g6, e7, nice little trick there, takes, queen check, rook e6 check, and then you have to give back the queen, and it's nothing right now, just a draw. Arjun holds this, Boris holds Arjun's actually over here. There were moments when Boris had a very good advantage, and before that Arjun had moments where he had advantage, but all of those were very much subtle, not like some direct moves. A tough game there. Maza aaya. Very interesting play by Arjun to delay castle and keep the king in the center, have this queen on b1, suddenly then go for long castle. Too good game. बहुत ही मजा आया. Let's look at the final finish of Magnus Carlsen versus Duda. And also we'll check Anish's game. Is there any chance he's a pawn up? That's the rook end game. Do you think there's any chance? Yeah, very credible for Boris, because he has been having a very tough tournament, and he actually managed with black to hold Arjun. So that's definitely amazing. ठीक है. Rook e4. By the way, let's also have Wojtaszek and Duda on the screen. Yeah, rook e4. I think resign is coming on the way. Duda realizes that it's over. He has no real option because rook g4 and queen g8 is going to be unstoppable. Because we are gonna check the standings very soon, in a minute or something. Let's just see if he is resigning. Yes, he resigned because this was over. Magnus beats Duda. Duda very unhappy. It's like with Magnus, when you play, you really feel that is a chance. And no matter he's the best player, but you are going to feel that different type of sadness where yaar wo ek chance tha to beat him. That way. ठीक है, let's look at Anish. है क्या chance? Does he have any chance? No. This, like, only by some jumble dumble. Otherwise, very difficult. Not YouTuber says, can you suggest Amruta something? How can I win in a winning position? I lost where I was +7. Firstly, not YouTuber, what I want to tell you is this is one of the major and one of the common problems for chess players at top level se leke anywhere. I mean, this is really one of the common one. So it's something where you have to work a lot, especially on the psychology here, because if it happens again and again, it means when you are in a winning position, there is always the thought ki yaar, I'm gonna mess it up. Does that happen? How does your thought process work at that point of time? Have you actually tried to observe whether you feel more nervous, more tension, whether you take a longer time when you're winning because you don't want to mess it up? A lot of things are more about observation in the next few games. Then you'll find some pattern. See what is happening. I think that is the time when this question has to be raised again, because for everybody it is different. Problem is common, but the reason is different. How to win from a losing position, says Anik. Again, that is a very good question, because there are some players in Indian chess who are like all the time dekho to they're in such a bad position, and then after 2 hours you see their game, they're just winning. And that has so much, because they never believe that their position is bad. That is one of the main things, like confidence, very very high level of confidence. Oh my god, blunder! Oh my god, mate in one missed. Wojtaszek, I cannot believe it. Look at Anish, he cannot believe it, what just happened. Oh my god, this was crazy. Let me just show you. Over here, Anish played f4. He took the pawn, king f3. And Wojtaszek just played rook a4. He had to keep the rook on the e file. It was important. Anyway, rook e6, rook e8. Doesn't matter. Even if he loses the f2 pawn, the king goes to g2, and this is a book draw. The king is on the short side, guys. This is a book draw. Oh my god. Shocking. Blunder of the day. Blunder of the day. Totally unbelievable. Of course, he had to take, on e4, which is very important, because king f3 aake, otherwise it's lost. So that was force. And this was the last trap. Mm, can't believe it. Can't believe what just happened. Anish, he's like, okay, you know, very sad for Wojtaszek. Of course, unbelievable. Back rank mate, the story continues. So, in 3 minutes, we are going to start the next round, and I may be calling Mr. Shah. By the way, for all the people who are. Oh, let me show you the standings, please. Very important. Let's not miss that. Here they are. Oh, Magnus is now on number 1 spot. He has gone to 22 points. Arjun 21 points. So until now Arjun was leading, but now Magnus is leading. Pragnananda has moved to number 3 spot, which is good, on 18 points. Le Kwong Liam on 17, very close. So, and Hans on 17. So this round right now is important, that who all are playing with each other. Very important. So it's the pairing is Aronian versus Anish Giri. Hans versus Pragnananda, guys. It's Hans versus Pragnananda. We have to call Sagar. David versus Ivan Sharich. Evancho versus Liam Lay. Adhiban versus Duda. Magnus versus Boris Gelfand. Arjun versus Christopher Yu. Oh, that's a tough one there. And Vincent versus Wojtaszek. So that is the pairing right now. And Hans versus Pragnananda is coming up. I don't think any of you can actually miss that. Pragnananda is going to be white. And let me just call Mr. Shah. Oh my god, guys, we are gonna have Sagar Shah joining us from the living room. मजा आने वाला है. Okay, let me get the players on the board. Oh, the games have started. Let me quickly get. And guys, we have Pragnananda versus Hans has started. D4, NF6, C4, E6, Knight C3, Bishop E4, Nimzo Indian on the board. E3 castle, the main line is happening. Pragg takes C takes D5 here. E takes D5 and he develops his knight on E2, not on F3. That's what he has chosen here. 16 minutes on the clock. Hans is thinking, trying to recollect. Somehow he's like, oh, maybe I just, why did I not see this, or something like that. That kind of expression. Let's see how he's going to play. Generally, they keep the rook on E8, bishop goes to D6, the pawn remains on C6. So, yes, we have him here. We have him. Sagar Shah.
Hello, hello,
Hello. Welcome. Afterwards, the one update I will give you because it was completely shocking. So I will give you that update later. But for now, please have a look at this game.
What a shocking.
Shocking.
Sons, bishop d3, d5, cd, ed, knight e2, b6.
He goes b6. Okay. See, maybe he's going to go bishop d6, c5.
Yeah, this is normal. Okay, you can.
1 minute.
He goes c5. He goes bishop b7. So good move by Hans. He put his bishop back here, and now he wants to play c5. Uh, why is Anish Giri versus Levon not?
Because they, Anish just finished the game late. What about Arjun also? Did he start?
We have Magnus versus Boris Gelfand. Arjun, yes, versus Christopher Yu.
And look at the position.
Oh.
Arjun drew with Boris' girlfriend in the previous round.
Oh, really?
Yeah. In fact, Evancho drew with Magnus Carlsen.
Oh, wow.
You won't believe two misses. I will just show you at the end of this.
So now you've played your knight here, attacking the bishop. It seems like a nice position.
For
Black.
and Christopher is having 16 minutes. Arjun is well prepared, it seems like that. It's exactly, I agree with you. And e5 is a strong threat by black after bishop h2.
Yeah.
c7. Oh, white's king is in the center and it's gonna take some time. Also, h4 is going to be weak. So Arjun is definitely getting a good edge with Christopher, for sure. Okay, can we have a look at? By the way, Adhiban, what is this opening? h4. He's played f5 again, Dutch against Duda, and Duda has gone maybe crazy. Is h4 a normal move?
Yeah, well, I think what we saw between uh, Pragg and Magnus, there's h5 move, and then if knight takes, you can just sack. So that same way, but h6 was played. So now if h5, then there is g5, knight c3, and yeah, there will be all this very interesting focus.
Okay, so going back to Pragnananda versus Hans game. By the way, in the previous round, Hans beat Levon in 21 moves.
Wow.
With white. So that's another game which I would like to test you.
Oh, please.
After this.
Can you test me?
Now? Like right now?
This is the game, right?
Okay, it was Sicilian. Very quickly, I will take you to this thing. f3, bishop g7. Do you have anything to say about bishop d3 and bishop e2? Is it normal? I don't know much about this. So
yeah,
knight bd7, castle b6. So this was all okay, normal. He played g4. Knight e5 was played. He played g5. Oops, sorry, I had to test you. But what do you think of this move, b3?
Yeah, very interesting move. Stopping knight c4, preparing f4.
Right. So he played b3 with the idea of yeah. e6 was played. Now what are you going to play?
f4 ko kya tha?
Yes, f4. Okay, and now rook c8. What will you play here, Sagar?
Knight is attacked. If I play knight d1, bishop e4, fe, knight e5. Oh, and db5?
Oh, क्या बात है? That's what was played.
It's a very simple move.
Correct. King g7. And then it was not very tough because queen b4 and knight f5 won. So the Aronian actually blundered with rook c8. He actually should have played rook c8 right here with protecting his pawn. Anyway, that was a quick thing. Going back to Hunt's game right now after c5. Pragg took on c5, takes, which is very unusual, we would say, to release the tension so early. What would you say?
Yeah.
You don't want to release the tension so early, but he did.
Generally, you don't want, but then knight, I mean, I like black's position right now.
Correct. I mean, it's very dynamic and
very easy to play.
Knight d7, he went knight e2. The move which does come to the mind is, does it really matter if I try to attack your bishop here? Or you would just go back?
Yeah, going back would be just normal. Bishop b8.
Yeah, going back on c7 means you are attracting knight b5. So bishop b8 seems very okay. So he played knight e2, knight e5 is played by Hans, and bishop he rerouted to c3. So he is okay to give the light square bishop. Again, this is kind of surprising because you really love this bishop,
Yeah.
on this diagonal.
G6 stopping knight f5, but weakening the knight on the long diagonal. It seems like there could be some sacrificial ideas in the air now.
Like knight h5, knight f5, that's something in the future to take care of. The dark squares are definitely slightly weak.
Or
And
going b4.
nice. This is one idea which is very, very popular to get the d4 square. Popular on, not on google.com. Sagar, wake up.
What happened?
If you don't laugh at my joke, means you are
Oh, he
still in
played
sleep.
b3.
As of now, these are the hanging pawns, guys. Hanging pawns. So this is not at all a possibility, both of them. But at the right point, if h4, h3 comes, then these moves will suddenly, like giving a pawn, would come into consideration.
But Pragg has actually played this pretty poorly, it seems, yeah, with white. Pragg has not played this.
Yeah, I agree with you. The opening has not been played very well. In fact, I completely, I mean, it was all going okay. The only reason I don't understand why he would have taken this. So this is, from this point, it is a bit surprising for me. Okay, but he's Pragg and he somehow manages to create something. Also, let's not forget his opponent is Hans,
Yeah, Hans
who
is...
also likes all these creative kind of play. So how is it going to work? h5. Oh, already you love the position for black. Going to be tough.
Yeah. Let's go to Arjun's game.
Yeah, sure. So Arjun is absolutely having a winning advantage.
Yeah.
After knight d5, he took on c7, bishop e2. He
So if
went
he had
back.
taken bishop c7,
Where? Over here.
winning a piece instead of bishop e2.
Okay, but that's a pin, right?
Yeah, then knight f6.
And then
c1.
you knight d5.
Yeah, knight d5
and you win back the piece. So even bishop e2, knight d5, disco, queen b1, very passive queen, but the other option was queen d1. He decided to go queen b1. What happened was, if the queen was on d1, guys, the b3 square would have been controlled. But because the queen is on b1, knight c5 jumps with a tempo. And here, castle ko knight b3. Rook a2. Complete bichara. Complete. Rook f d8 is played. And you can see this open file is also in black's control. क्या करेगा? What this knight feels irritated.
Yeah,
so can you kick it away right
Knight
now if you
d4.
just want to consider a move?
But knight d2.
Knight d4 means you lose the d2 square, so fork. Okay, suppose I want to attack it with bishop d1, let's just say. Then what you are again missing is the control. So rook c1, बढ़िया move. And if queen d3, let me just show you one beauty. Why not? Any beauty you can see?
I was thinking about knight f4 plans or...
But then this.
Yeah, maybe that, and bishop f3, knight g2.
But the beauty is knight c3. You can't take this, and this is also attacked. Okay, so that was just a glimpse of the knight on b3 being such an irritant. So he played, what did he play? He's thinking. Yeah, rook f8, and white is thinking it's not very easy to find a move here for white. Very, very tough
Rook
situation.
d1. The idea of knight d4.
Yeah, now you want to go knight d4. You also stopped knight d2 ideas. So the best way to continue here for Arjun would be to just simply take this knight back with the idea of going knight e4 and having pressure on all of these squares at the same time. Oops, unleashing this bishop. And I'm okay to, if you
Even bishop
exchange this.
e4.
Even bishop e4. This is a complete bichara.
So Arjun will win against Christopher Yu. And look at Christopher Yu. He's going h5. Strike. Hope something happens on the king side. But if we just look at the standings, Amruta, we'll realize that Arjun with this win might end today on the top of the table. Because he's been pushed back a little by Magnus Carlsen.
How would Christopher's friends call him?
Christopher Yu.
No. Hey, you! So rook d e1 has been. Sagar, एक सवाल पूछूंगी. I'll ask you one question which I bet तुम्हारी नींद उड़ जाएगी. Are you ready for that? Just close your eyes. एक second. Close your eyes. And I'll ask you some question. You will have to answer in 3 seconds. Okay? This is the position. f4 is played. Anish Giri plays f4. Wojtaszek takes on e4. King f3. And in 3 seconds, make the move for white. 3, 2, 1. White to play, खेलो. Please. Please. Okay, I'll give you 5 seconds. Final. 5, 4.
I'm
3.
trying to understand why rook e1 or rook e8. What is the difference between the two moves?
Arey, there is no difference, Baba.
Rook e1.
Exactly. But what did Wojtaszek play?
What did he play?
Rook a4.
Checkmate.
Instantly gives a mate in one. Oh my goodness.
Do we have that on video?
Yes. I was talking to the chat and suddenly it was like, ये हो गया.
You could have said I was talking to the players of the.
I was talking to the chat, but guys, that was a mate in one back rank. I mean, हो जाता है. Exactly. ठीक है. Going back to, by the way, Adhiban's game is a draw. नहीं ये तो पहले का था. Sorry guys. This is Anish Giri's current position with Aronian. The game goes on. I want to see Magnus versus Boris Gelfand for a minute. Like, okay. It's a pretty
Equal position.
Yeah, equal, unclear, whatever you may call. And
Can we?
Arjun. So Arjun actually went rook fd8, h4. What was played? h5 was played by Christopher. As we discussed, it's very hard to find the move. Knight f6, either ways, good move. h6, very much of a desperate attempt. Knight e4, ignore karo. Bishop h4. And here Arjun is thinking, he plays g5. This bishop really has not much. Look at Christopher. He's actually expressing in some way, not at all happy with his position. It's such a torture to play this position. Bishop g3 khela, so you can just simply take, spoil this pawn structure. In fact, can also win material by taking and going knight d2 if you want.
Yeah.
So there are different ways for Arjun, many ways to, get this going. Going to Pragnananda's game, because all of you are suggesting something interesting is happening there. Oh, in fact, he's in big trouble here. What happened? B3, until here we had seen h5 was played, knight f4, bishop f4, ef4. Now black is having this central pass pawn, d4, bishop goes back, h4. All the pawns are like just kicking away white's pieces. Queen d5. Now there is mate in 1 over here, f3. He tries to defend. Rook e8. Again, rook is coming to e3. Rook f2 was played by Pragg. And Hans is thinking right now, but rook e3 seems like a very strong move, followed by rook e8. Seems very difficult to defend.
Yeah.
Very
Hans
smooth
Neiman playing a
play.
near to flawless game right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think it's very difficult here to know how Pragg should be defending this, because
Yeah, normally when Pragg has bad position, it still feels that he can, fight it out. This position which is bad, it doesn't even feel that he can fight it out.
Yeah.
But then let's remember how Magnus fought against Pragnananda. It was even worse, but he did
let's
fight.
remember how Magnus fought against Neiman.
Yeah.
He didn't play at all.
Yeah.
A5. Very interesting move. Yeah, A5. Maybe preparing bishop A6.
A5. Ah, that's his idea. Oh, A5 is okay. I thought this was
Yeah,
much easier.
that seemed the most natural.
Correct. So A5. Anyway, you have to answer the threat. So the queen, maybe you want to move it away.
A5. What a move.
Also, whether whatever happens, yes, Sagar, whatever is going on, do you otherwise also think that for other players to play with Hans is also not easy?
I think it's not easy for anyone to play with Hans, and it's not easy for Hans to play with anyone.
That is also true. Very true.
Because Hans Neiman would be in such a difficult situation right now, where such a strong hint has been placed upon him, and Pragg has been playing pretty well in this tournament and in this entire series, and now he has to face Hans Neiman, who is coming up with some great moves. So it's going to be tough for Pragg, definitely.
Yeah.
Queen d2 play.
Also, I have not, as we discussed, we have not liked 2 to 3 choices of Pragnananda here in the game.
Yeah.
Which were clearly very doubtful.
And let's take a look at Adhiban versus Duda. And Duda has now a very nice position against Adhiban.
Oh, it's very comfortable for Duda. For sure.
Yeah, he's a pawn up. So for finding the... by the way, Anish versus Levon is slightly better for Anish. For finding a good move, you have this position. And by the way, rook a8, again a very cool move. Yeah, rook
but
c8.
c5 is hanging. What do you do?
That is true.
That is forced. So rook c8 h3. Let me. Why can't I go rook e3, or is it threatless? Yeah. Oh, knight h5 also looks interesting for black. In fact, I would also consider moving the queen so that I get knight to e3. Or, yeah, knight to e3 or takes and knight to c3. These would be the few ideas to consider. Can you please focus? Okay, नींद उड़ गई. That's cool.
Knight g3, fg3, queen c5. There's no way to defend e3. Pawn down now. Arjun is to. I love this rook, Amruta.
कंप्लीट बेचारा ही रह गया है वो. Like, with whom can you compare this rook?
Maybe someone who is very unhappy in life.
Yeah, I think in COVID this rook was like me. ये सागर स्ट्रीमिंग करता था समय रैना के साथ full time. And this was me.
Oh.
I like the analogy. Okay. कभी समय रैना को इधर रखेंगे. Complete. I mean, actually, the way Arjun is crushing Christopher, it is
The way Arjun
unbelievable.
is crushing Christopher and the way Hans was crushing Pragnananda. But now it seems like the last few moves weren't very accurate. So after h3, knight h5, instead of that, if he had gone rook e3, keeping control, black was clearly better, but he went knight h5.
As we discussed, yeah, knight h5 is a natural
I
idea.
think knight c3, good move by Pragg. Knight e4, so it's coming back. Knight f4, and now the
Take on
c5
c5,
pawn has
but
been lost.
किससे? Knight.
Bishop se?
हाँ, because no, knight c5 is also exciting.
Oh, he took with the rook.
Why rook? Rook was needed, right, on the back rank.
Now d3 he will play for sure, because d4 pawn is hanging. Oh, if rook e4, fe, queen c5, then rook f4. But d3 good move. See, threat is now maybe again to take and then take here with a pin, but
No, you can take queen f4 either ways.
yeah,
If there is queen f4. So threat is still not that one, but the threat is rook knight e2 check first.
okay.
And then rook e4, fe4, queen c5. Queen d3 को knight बच जाएगा. Oh, queen d3 कहाँ आ रहा है? Yeah, no, sorry.
Magnus Carlsen has got his knight to c3 against Boris.
This reminds me of, you had explained with white how the c6 square is very important. In similar fashion, with black, this knight is on c3. That's the weakness he has found.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's not going to be easy for Boris to defend. Okay.
It's going to be a tough one.
Let's look at Pragnananda's game because okay, what about Arjun? Has he finished him off? f5. Oh, look at this king. Rook h6 check and over.
But how to get the rook there? Meanwhile, rook a3 wants.
The complete bichara is fighting and he is going to get out.
Rook a3, maybe knight d4, right?
Or maybe I just want him to still stay bichara, then I'll go bishop d5.
Yeah. No, people are asking what happens if Hans and Pragg face each other in the quarterfinals, top 8. Amruta, what will happen then?
But then they also need to be paired against each other. Because let's say they are in top 8. Hans is playing somebody else.
No,
Hans
that's what I'm
loses.
saying. That they both.
Yeah, if they both are paired against each other. No, Magnus won't play for sure. If he had to play, he would have played. So that Magnus won't play. It will be the third time, something like this. And
He will
Already
then be out of the tournament.
Hmm?
He will
Yeah.
then be out of the tournament.
Yeah, and already this situation has very much blown out of hand, so all the more.
So Pragg actually goes and chops the pawn on a5, Amruta. But now, as we have discussed, knight e2 check.
King h1, let's say.
And then rook e4. Okay, there it doesn't work. So check. King h1. And then bishop b7 with the idea of taking here.
Rev super chats and says Gukesh 2734. Thoughts?
He won?
Yeah, Gukesh won, by the way. I didn't
How?
see the game though.
Gukesh won against. Oh no.
Oh no?
I mean,
Oh,
my
amazing.
god.
That way. Oh no. Ah.
Guys, sorry if I just come. I'm very sleepy, but oh my god. Because
Wow.
when I left Amruta,
2734.
when I left, he was completely lost. Like, not lost, he was worse, right? But he managed to get this.
No, he was not worse. Like, Acha, I didn't see this, but in general, I always thought that if Gukesh gets to attack,
This is very reminiscent of the Caruana game.
Queen e6 bola super blunder.
Oh.
Oh, nice finish.
Finish again, sacrificing.
Acha, they were not able to see, yeah? Only we were seeing.
Yeah, yeah. They couldn't see it.
Okay, Sagar version 2.
Hmm?
A few people have said. Sagar 2.0.
Means
Means now you will be like a Superman.
now,
Or
from
when?
now. Okay, so Pragnananda versus Hans Neiman. Neiman is taking his time here, guys, because it's an important moment for him. 5 minutes 36 seconds. Pragg has 2 minutes 29 seconds here. And this pawn is a very deadly pawn. Just 2 squares away from queening, and the bishop is also hanging. So somehow black has to figure out how to put everything together. And the most natural way of doing it is this and this, where this is hanging and then eventually this would be under pressure and this. So I have a feeling that Hans, if he finds the accurate way to play here, he will win. And now let's quickly go to the game of Adhiban, who is having a pawn less here against Jan Sistov Duda. So he is in a difficult situation. Meanwhile, Boris Gelfand is defending hard against Magnus. It's not going to be easy for Magnus to win, but as we saw, because of the c3 weakness, he's clearly better. Arjun Erigaisi has this bishop here, the rook here, the other rook here, the knight well positioned, so everything is just perfect for him, and I don't see why he will not win, like completely dominating. So yeah, everywhere it seems like the games have just paused. And let's go to Neiman's game. And Neiman has not played a move, Amruta, since many moves,
Is it
many
getting
minutes.
updated? Ah, it is. Vignesh says, frankly, this is the best publicity for chess since the COVID chess boom and Queen's Gambit. What do you think? Not sure.
I have no clue. I mean, for me, it's like
Himang says, Sarvanand said, a young Vishy Anand's games always ended with a tactical shot. It is the same for Gukesh.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
With 2734, Gukesh becomes India number 2 now. New India number 2.
Oh, and what right now is Arjun's rating?
I think 2731.6.
Oh, that's huge. That is huge. By the way, while Hans is thinking right now,
Yeah, let's focus.
okay, let's focus here first.
He's not played his move since 3, 4, 5 minutes.
Oh, really? No, 92 check king. Acha, that was our thing. Queen A5.
What is Hans looking at?
Yeah, Queen A5 is one.
Hmm?
No, he must be thinking like most natural move here is knight E2, which comes to the mind.
But he's not playing. He had like 8 minutes or something. 6 minutes is his thought. What is he thinking?
Is there a knight H3? He must be thinking.
GH?
He played refresh. Vaibhav Sethia in the chat. He says a man wants to walk 74 kilometers, sprinted for 9 kilometers straight, then swam for 2 kilometers, and then did 300 push-ups, all before 8 p.m. He then ate food, took a shower, laid down. He was still less sleepy than Sagar Shah. Guys, that's the
Vaibhav, I thought you were talking
Canadian
about
for
my
you.
life somehow.
Good one, Vaibhav. That was a good one.
I think somehow this entire player has stopped.
अरे सागर क्या कर रहे हो फटाफट
पूरा
उठ जाओ उठ जाओ
अरे उठ जाओ नहीं, वो नहीं चल रहा है भाई, मैं क्या करूँ?
guys wait a minute until that time laugh a lot on Vaibhav's joke. Sagar is getting something here.
अच्छा, अपना इंटरनेट ही नहीं चल रहा है.
What? but then अपन कैसे चल रहा है इधर? go to leeches but leeches पे तो नहीं रहेगा. Are you serious? अरे we are being seen, so it how can this be possible?
Selectively something sometimes doesn't work.
Selectively sometimes some things doesn't work. Aha, there is depth to it.
थोड़े मुंह हो गए.
blindfold chess सबका वीडियो दिखा.
हाँ, वो शुरू हो गया.
शुरू हो गया मामू. ठीक है, लेट्स गो.
सुबह हो गई मामू. हम्म हम्म हम्म.
Sagar, can you please get everything properly?
हाँ, so we were looking here. Queen takes a5. Then Hans gave a check, which is a good
ओ
move.
सब बोल रहे हैं हंस ब्लेंडर.
Queen
जल्दी देखो जल्दी
e5.
देखो.
Rook f1. Bishop b7, good move. Rook d1. He takes, so he's completely winning. Knight c3 he played. He didn't give this check here. Okay. Knight c3. Now he gave up this pawn. अरे अमृता, ऐसे कौन खेल?
क्या खेला?
He just gave up this pawn, knight c3.
Okay, why did he go knight c3? He thinks that knight g3 check क्यों नहीं दिया फिर? If he wanted e4, if he wanted to take on e4,
he can't take directly क्या?
play.
Is also much better.
But otherwise knight g3 check and knight e4 you want to play. But anyway, rook d3, knight e4 check. Rook d8.
Oh, king h2. How is such a move working? My
Exactly.
God.
What happened to king g1, queen e1 check and queen h1 mate? नहीं.
Sorry?
King g1 खेलता था तो क्या हो रहा था? Like he went king.
अरे king g1 नहीं आता है.
अरे अभी नहीं यार.
Are they about to draw? But look at Pragnananda's brave king, yeah, ready to get into the firing line. Because if knight f1, king g1, there is check, then there is king takes f1. This rook d8 was a very important move to find, by Pragnananda. This was the only move here. He found it
Wow.
so that he can
Wow.
move in here.
Exactly. And
You
it
are
is
saying
scary, huh?
if
I'm
king
asking if
g1,
king g1.
check.
अच्छा
And
queen
mate.
a1 है and queen h1 queen f1 mate. Yeah. I missed queen a1.
Will Hans Neiman agree to a draw? He can.
There is no other choice, no? Does he have?
I mean, he can keep playing.
No, if he keeps playing, then you exchange the rook. You get
What is
white
Magnus
gets
Carlsen drinking?
and laughing.
What is he? And he's laughing
What is
also.
this happening in his position? 1 second.
He's totally winning.
Maybe he's thinking that why is Boris not resigning?
I
No?
think Boris is.
No, maybe he laughed at knight g5. Like he found that okay, it's clearly winning, so he was happy.
No, this nice move, yeah, because check, there is queen d8 now with the support. Oh, now Hans goes knight e4. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's an end game.
I think Hans might accept a draw here because if he takes on c5, there is, yeah, check, king h2. And look at Hans there. He's unhappy. He's shaking his head.
Because he knew he had such a huge advantage against Pragnananda, and it's always very sad to.
Because Amruta, if you play knight takes c5, then rook e8, queen e8, and queen c5 is coming. Check.
But do you know, like in general, whenever we have seen his games,
Pragg
he has
escapes.
Pragg escapes. Even Hans has, had these very last moment blunders. So
No,
many
but
times
Amruta,
we
what
have
is this?
seen them.
What is this? Come on. This is who will play knight c3? I mean, what is the logic when you have queen e4? I mean, queen e4 is just
Winning. Okay, but my one more question I will still ask: why why not knight g3? Because right now also
king
king
g1.
h2 looks very scary. But after king g1,
No,
I
now
could
it's
consider taking this.
rook takes d3.
Right, but
Oh,
exactly.
c5 is hanging. C5, C5.
c5 also is hanging. So this was more natural for me. Anyway, queen e5. That's why Pragnananda got it. No,
Wrong, yeah.
awesome. That's a draw.
Anish Giri loses to Levon.
Anish lost
Anish.
with Levon.
Yeah.
Okay. What about Magnus? They finished Magnus
Magnus won.
and Arjun and Adhiban.
Arjun won.
Arjun
Adhiban
won.
is losing.
Oh, triple pawns. But still he's winning. Yeah, because they are like extra 2 pawns. It's like triple pawns are bad, but if they are extra, then maybe they are not so bad. Okay, what was the last position for Arjun when he won? Okay, it was this. The king got mated. होना तो था ही. बढ़िया.
होना था प्यार.
नहीं प्यार नहीं.
हुआ
Checkmate.
मेरे यार. होना था प्यार. Adhiban resigned. Khatam. All games are khatam except Vincent game always last one to end.
Yeah. Indian Idol Sagar. Shashank says PHN was supposed to come an official stream today. Any update with that? It's PHN.
Peter Heine Nilsson.
Okay. Let's go.
Where?
खत्म करते हैं ना? हो गया ना? हाँ?
तो हैप्पीली लेट्स गो बोल रहे हो जैसे कि शुरू हो रहा है.
अच्छा, you thought over here. Who's playing? Vincent.
Yeah, I'll leave you with Vincent's game to commentate like it.
Okay. By the way, I wanted to show you one more thing today. Why one question, Sagar, before you go. One deadly question. I'm sure all the people here are going to enjoy. You have to find something in, please, 3 seconds नहीं बोलूंगी, 10, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, ठीक है? 1 minute रुक जा. Can you please close your eyes? Anyway, I don't need to tell you that, but 1 second. Huh? It was Magnus versus, yeah. Close your eyes. Huh? Keep your eyes closed. 1 second. Guys, all of you who have joined even now, like, you can also think here. So, oops, yeah, it was here. Okay, Sagar, please open your eyes, and in 10 seconds, all of you find a move for black. Black is Magnus Carlsen. So feel like if you find a move, you have found it.
Can I flip?
Yep. Standings भी दिखाएंगे.
What about taking the pawn?
Array, you playing like Magnus. But sometimes you have to not play like Magnus. Guys in the chat, are they answering?
F6. What F6?
काफी लोगों को मिल गया है. डेविल, आत्माराम, हैरी पॉटर. अरे हैरी पॉटर क्या बात है? वैभव, दुबे, शशांक. Okay, so that is clear. At least in your sleep you cannot find it.
G5.
No. Dude,
Queen
LPDO.
B3.
Exactly.
I looked at Queen D3. I just didn't see.
Exactly. Magnus did not play Queen B3, which was just winning. And he played Queen D6. Shocker. Shocker. And then it ended in a fortress. And 50 move draw.
What a defense.
Well done, Evancho.
चूक झाली ना मैं.
चल झोपेत पण फालतू जोक नको मारू. I am showing you guys the standings, but 1 second before that, एक बार हो जाए कि Wojtek versus Vincent. This is the position. Rook A2 has been played. It's still very unclear. Rook B3 material, if you count. White is 2 pawns up. Yet the bar says no, white is not better. Why? Because of such active pieces for black, and 1 pawn is already hanging. So you have 5 pawns altogether. Not easy to create a passer over there. So it's gonna end in a draw. But with 30 seconds, the chances of blunders are very high. Let me quickly also show you the standings right now. Magnus Carlsen leads with 25 points, followed by Arjun, 24 points, very close. Le Quang Liam has moved to number 3 and actually overtaken Pragnananda. So he's on 20, but Pragg on 19, Duda on 19, Hans on 18, Anish on 16. Anish has jumped in top 8, which is a great thing. I doubt if he lost, because otherwise it's not possible for him to be 7. And Vincent on 8. So for Vincent, this is a very important game. Let's just go to the game again.
And by the way,
this is the position.
I want to tell people that tomorrow we will do this announcement. And tomorrow I also have a stream with Judith Polgar, I think.
Oh, wow.
But guys, tomorrow, as we said, on 1 million, that we will be launching something when we reached, and tomorrow we will be launching it on 21st September. So please do join.
Hey, riddle पूछे ही नहीं तुम कि so many people were waiting.
Sorry guys. Thank you for waiting. So the riddle is the following. That there is one man who travels to different places. Okay.
Okay. And then he
And
goes to a hotel. And in that hotel.
please tell, let me tell.
Okay.
Either you tell them.
No, I can't tell. I just thought you forgot.
In the
Guys, be okay with the long pauses because he will make it perfect.
no, I'm just very sleepy.
Okay.
So there's this guy who travels a lot, and every time he goes to a hotel, he puts one of his shoes into the safe and locks it up. Okay, white is winning. Oh, look at this
Black is
idea.
winning.
Yeah, because if knight d5, there is rook d6.
Nice.
And he only locks one of his shoes, yeah? Doesn't lock the other one in the safe. Other one he keeps outside. So the question is, why does he do it? What's the reason? And once his wife was traveling with him, this is the addition to the question, and she saw him doing this, and she said, why are you doing it? And you sort of locking one of the shoes. And he explained it to her, and she said, wow, you are such a smart guy. Amruta is laughing because she's like, ऐसा कैसे कौन सा वाइफ बात करती है?
अच्छा.
करते हैं.
Okay. We don't know the reason yet. Let's see. फिर.
So this is
One
the
shoe. One shoe. He keeps in the locker one shoe.
अरे guys, सोचो थोड़ा डीप रहेगा, कुछ मेरे को भी नहीं मिला अभी तक आंसर.
One-legged guy. Yeah, that was tried. That's not the answer. No one will steal one shoe. That one was tried. That's not the answer. Shoe chori ho jata. Guys, all those who are saying this answer, this has been tried. It's not the answer. Thief wala. That's not the answer.
3,000 लोग को में से किसी को मिल नहीं रहा आंसर. 2,000. And I thought that chat had answers to all my problems in life.
It's not his shoe. It's not his shoe.
So
Aditya. Wait, Aditya Rajasekharan. No, that's a new answer.
what does it mean?
हाँ ये भी राज पवार ने ये भी बोला because his wife beats him with the shoe. This also doesn't work. एक shoe से मारने के लिए.
किसी को भी नहीं आया ना?
अरे आंसर आएगा कि नहीं पता ही कैसे चलेगा अपने को कहाँ
वो
आंसर पता
मतलब
है.
it's what I feel is that it's aesthetically so nice that the moment you read it, you're like, हाँ, this is the answer.
हाँ, that's what they explained. It's like that. It's not like math calculation type of an answer, obviously. It's more like,
Okay, by the way, Vincent is winning.
yeah. Beginner says he doesn't want to sleepwalk. That is a very good answer, actually.
He does sleepwalking. Oh.
So before sleepwalking, he usually must be wearing the shoes.
Oh.
And then he won't.
Oh.
That sounds very convincing. Even if it is not the answer, you do deserve an applause. We should confirm it. This one. Nice one.
Hushar. I will ask Frederick for the answer.
But do you think Frederick
No,
would be awake?
this is a very good answer.
Kumar Anil says he said chat has answers for all my life problems while looking at Amruta. By the way, my spelling is wrong. Amruta nahi hai, it's Amruta. My answer was, which was something very interesting. Should I tell my answer? So my answer was because normally he is a very forgetful person. So if he everyday basis, if he doesn't open the safe with the number lock, he will forget it with so many passwords. So one shoe he keeps in, so he remembers.
No, but I think this is the answer.
Yeah,
That's
right now
sleepwalking.
it seems like that. But this was
पर कोई लोग ऐसे खुश नहीं हो गए ना चैट में like
no, because it's very what to say. You have to try a lot, and then when you hear it, it's different.
दोस्तों ये गेम जीत जाएंगे तो स्टैंडिंग्स देख लेते हैं. If Vincent wins, he will move to 18. He'll be on number 6. So right now it does look like Magnus will face one faces number 8. No, like that. Maybe Vincent, Anish or something. It's getting interesting actually.
Yeah.
Let's see
Actually,
tomorrow.
top 8 जो अभी है ना above 16, they already have a almost a very good chance. Only thing is 8th, 9th, 8th to 11th में maybe one spot is fighting.
Tomorrow Magnus has Christopher Yu, Wojtaszek and Vincent. Arjun has Wojtaszek, Vincent, Anish. Nice. And Pragg has Aronian. Today, look at Pragnananda. How many draws? Yeah, Amruta.
Yeah.
He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 draws in a row.
अच्छा.
And we don't even feel it.
Correct.
His games are so interesting. Aronian, Anish, and Ivan. Sorry. So quite a tough day for Pragg tomorrow. Adhiban, Boris, Christopher Yu, and Wojtaszek.
This is a new answer. Mukund Reddy says he doesn't want to forget to give medicine to his wife before going out. ठीक है. That's all.
Okay,
now,
guys. Good night.
Good night. Have a very good day today. Enjoy. Be positive. मजा करना. Give your best. True potential. Bye. अरे बोलने तो